Hello, my fine feathered friends, and welcome. I'm doing something that I normally recommend people don't do, which is I'm letting the server launcher install some mods here because we had a last minute change of plans. This was going to be a stream on Ninja Killer's server because for his channel anniversary, but his Australian internet is not cooperating today, so decided to pivot and do a building stream instead about a build I've been thinking about for a while. But I didn't have the server set up, so I had to real quick set up the server, make a new thumbnail, and then was waiting for the server to come up and all of that, and didn't have all the mods installed, it turned out. So anyway, yeah, I'm excited about this. I've got some inspo pictures in a folder that I've been saving, but I want to try to build... Whoa, what the heck is going on? There we go. Oh yeah, I totally forgot about this project. This is my testing server, which I have not been on since Christmas. And yeah, I was building a gingerbread castle. That's right, I forgot about that. Anyway, I think come on now, let me get into GCM here if I can remember my password. There we go. Now I can move. Yay! Anyway, welcome Zant. Welcome. Glad to see you. And welcome Gextrix, aka DG Gaming. I had forgotten about this build. I was enjoying this one. I should finish this sometime. It actually looks kind of cool without the gingerbread skins too. Ah, there they go. They're popping back in. Dang it, now I'm going to have to go install those again from, yeah, taking up space. Anyway, let's look for a site for building Dragonreach Castle from Skyrim. I thought the Valguero map would be a good one for this project because it just feels to me the most like Skyrim, you know, in terms of the terrain and the climate and stuff. So I need to find a spot. I want to build up the terrain that it's going to be on. So it's not going to be built directly on the ground because, of course, the castle has dungeons underneath it and stuff. So there needs to be room for those. Something like this might work well. So I want something, you know, that has, you know, because Whiterun, for people who've played Skyrim, which at this point, if you haven't played Skyrim, seriously, what are you doing with your life? Go play Skyrim. Skyrim is an incredible game, and it still holds up even after all this time, even though it's like, what, 15 years old or something. Anyway, so we've got the highest piece of land that has the castle on it, and then we've got the upper city, and like there's like 2 or 3 tiers down. So I'm mostly looking for a piece of terrain that's kind of like that. I don't think I want a mountain in it like this though, because that would make problems with building the castle interior. But I'm kind of looking for that wedding cake sort of shaped bit of land, and also for the surrounding terrain, looking for something that will look good with it in pictures and stuff. Oh, I still have a Christmassy chibi here. Dancer the reindeer, you can go away so you don't end up in my pictures. Okay. Let me know how things are sounding. If I need to turn anything up or down. Can you hear the music okay? Okay. Now, Whiterun, let me pull up some of these pictures that I have, and I'll show them to you guys as well, so you can see what I'm looking at. Now, I stuck those in my photos. My pictures files. There we go. Let me switch to my desktop view. Okay, so there's a few different views of it. Can I not? Oh, there we go. So yeah, a bunch of different views of the castle. Oh, there's some interiors. I've been collecting these for a little while. I need some... Okay, this one shows some of the surrounding terrain, but you can see around it. This looks very Valguero, right? Hey, Oscar, welcome, welcome. Here's this is more of a concept shot, of course, but sometimes a simpler sketch is nice because it shows you just the lines of the structure. And actually that piece of ground I was looking at a minute ago might work pretty well for that. I'd forgotten that there was a piece of rock at the back of the castle like that. There's looking up at night. Yeah, I think that's all of them. Yeah, I need some more that show the whole city. But yeah, I'm gonna go back and take a look at that piece of terrain I was looking at a minute ago. Let's switch back to the game capture. And I'll move my pictures off to the other screen out of the way. Okay, and pull up this concept picture. So I think that'll also help with finding the terrain that I want. But it definitely does look snowy in the land around it. It looks very cold. So I don't think that building it in one of these types of areas will probably actually fit pretty well. This one's kind of autumnal, but the colors are actually kind of cool. I've been wanting to build something in here. Well, this could actually work pretty well. And if I wanted to later build the city, there is kind of like a fountain. There's kind of a river sort of that runs through part of it. So this could actually work really well. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's do it. Let's do it. You're prepping to build a Japanese castle on the cluster. That's awesome, Zant. That is really cool. So you're going to build that on Ragnarok? Which, by the way, I have a castle on Ragnarok. If you've flown over it and crashed, I apologize. I need to get on there and delete it at some point because I haven't been using it, and it's not fair to have a 20,000 plus structure build on there, causing lag and not being used. I was hoping to convince somebody to move into it, some tribe or something, but everybody wants to build their own, which I totally understand. So, yeah, I've got it back. I've got backups that have the castle on it. So if I ever want it back for some reason, I can always throw up another server and pull that up. But for now, with people playing on my Patreon servers every day, it's not fair to have it on there causing lag. So I'll get rid of it. Top right island. Awesome. So that's over by Red Ob, that area. Very cool, very cool. Let's see, cheap destroy foliage. Let's clear this out so we can see the ground better. I love that command. Okay. And the other trees will follow suit in a few minutes. Okay, so with the general shape of the terrain around the castle is that kind of flat on the side facing the city, but then it the wall kind of curves around at the back. So it's always tricky to know how to start out. I'm going to have to adjust it as I go because, of course, we don't really know how big it needs to be just yet. So grab some foundations. I could use ceilings that don't require foundation support. I am not at all opposed to using mods to make my life easier and just give me more tools to play with, but at the same time, I do want to use some restraint, and most of the mods that I use I want to be cosmetic. And the thing is, using the ceilings that don't have foundation support, if I do decide I want to get rid of a whole section, I can't just remove the support and then have the whole thing collapse, which saves time. I have to get rid of each individual piece if they all have their own foundation support. So, this stage of things, I think this would be better. Now, which side is going to be the front? I need like a top view of Whiterun, like a bird's eye view of Whiterun. Let me see if I can. I'm sure I can get that online. Google Images is my friend. Skyrim, Whiterun, bird's eye view. There's some videos. I don't want to watch a video. I want an image. Okay. We've got some stuff. Oh wow, this, oh geez, okay, I'm gonna have to show this to you guys because this is cool. So this is on a website called 360cities.net, and check this out. This will be really handy. Definitely gonna need to bookmark this one. Can I move it all, or I think I can just move the camera? But yeah, you can see there's this water flowing down. So I definitely want to include that. And of course, I'm going to have to add in some fake water here and there too, but it'd be nice to have some real water as well. Very, very cool. Definitely need to save that one. I don't know where I'm going to save it. I'm just going to stick it on my bird's eye view. I'm going to stick it on my bookmarks bar for now. Okay. Oh, and this I also wanted to see. This shows the shapes from above. Well, that is very helpful as well. Save that for reference. So this is what I need to build to start with, is this general shape and the wall around it there, and get the foundations down for the castle here. Right now the plan is just to build the castle. We'll see how that goes. It would be fun to build the rest of the city too, but I'm not going to promise that. Hey Lisa, welcome, welcome, hello. Okay, I'm glad that finding my place didn't make you crash. If you found the one I'm talking about though, I think you would know, because it is a massive castle that takes up an entire island kind of across from Greenob over on the left side of the map. So yeah, it's kind of insane. Let's change screens again. Should be that. Let me open that up again and pop it on my other screen for reference. in ARK terms, I'm trying to figure out about how wide this needs to be. I'm looking at the size of the arches over the arched walkway. I think that walkway's got to be... I think it needs to be an even number for one thing, but it needs to be either 2 or 4 wide. So let's say 4, and then so 4. So we've got 4, 8, 12, 16. Needs to be at least like 20 or 24 or so foundations wide. And we're gonna incorporate, we're gonna make the walkway go down towards the waterfall there like that. Which means, yeah, I think that looks about right. Like with this being essentially the front here. But this is not going to be the actual foundation. I've got to build a substructure underneath, so I'm just trying to build the outer edge to start with. 40 foundations wide? Yeah, we may end up getting there, Gex. We may. We may end up there. Looks like it is curved slightly as well, which of course is always an interesting challenge in ARK. Yeah, that walkway needs to be like that, at least. So actually, let's try to get a little bit of curving going on here. I do have chassis on here. I think that may save me some time. Chassis, fence foundations, and pillars. Captain Fat Dog could very easily do this without using mods, but I want to save time so I have time for other parts of the build. So what is that the correct angle? Yeah, that is a different angle than this. That's what I wanted. Okay. Yeah, these fence foundations, it's a tiny little building mod for those not familiar called Chassis Building Helper. And it is really cool. It just adds in fence foundations that behave like the fence foundations in ASE, in ARK Survival Evolved, the ones that builders got used to using in that game. Most of the ASE fence foundation, I mean the ASA fence foundations behave a little differently, which kind of removed some options from us. So this just adds them back. Easy peasy. But okay, I want to make sure that this is going to match up with the main structure's alignment. Okay. What are we blaming Ninja for? It's not Ninja's fault. It's not Ninja's fault. It's Australian internet's fault. Ninja very much wanted to do the event today, but his internet was not having it. He crashed like 7 or 8 times just trying to get the stream set up. So yeah, poor guy. It's pretty dang close. That is very, very close. I think I can make that work. There's definitely bound to be some wonkiness, but what else is new? Every build that I does ends up having wonky stuff. I'm okay with that. It's all in how you spin it, right? It's all marketing. I don't have wonky, messed up, weird builds. I build with an organic style, right? It's whimsical. It's very not perfect. It's very much would give Aaron Longstaff a seizure, but it works, okay? It's good enough. It's very, very imperfect, though. We embrace imperfection around here. There can be beauty in chaos. Okay. One, two, three, four, six. And on this side, let's see how this looks. 4, 5, 6. So that's only 12 wide in that part. I'm not sure that's wide enough, but we will see. I can fit in at least another 1 or 2, I think. Hey, BJ Mindset, welcome, welcome. No, this is not a mod, although I am using a lot of mods. This is me doing a build. I'm trying to build Dragonreach from Skyrim in ARK. That is the project that I am starting on here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, let's see about that one. 2, 7, 8. Because I've been wanting just to do another big castle build in ARK for a while, but you know, I didn't want to do Hogwarts again. I already built Hogwarts in ARK Survival Evolved. Wanted to do something else, but I wanted to think of another very famous and recognizable castle. And then I was starting to see a lot of people doing like Skyrim playthrough videos and stuff, which is always fun to see. That game still has a very dedicated following even after all these years because it still holds up. It's still a great game. And that is the most iconic and recognizable castle from Skyrim that I'm aware of. So I figured I'd give it a whirl. Yes, I built Hogwarts. I did indeed. And I have a video tour of it and a whole streaming series of me working on it on streams. It took like 100 hours or something. It's pretty insane. A lot of mods definitely used as well. And then we did an Extra Life event with the architects where Aaron Longstaff and Ras Clark and some other guests went through there, and there was a bunch of other really cool builds on that same server. I think most of my really old streams I've made members own. Whoop! And I crashed. Yay, ARK. That was weird. Just very, very abrupt crash. Okay. All right, actually, let me go back here so I can show you the mods for those who might be curious. These are the ones I've got on here right now. I'll probably remove some of them as I go and as I get a better sense of which ones I want or will actually be using. I try to clean out the mods list so that I don't have unnecessary ones. But for now, at least, I've got castles, keeps, and forts. I always have scribbles, better signs. Love that one. This one, actually, since nobody's playing on this server in survival, I can probably get rid of that one, but this is great for survival servers. I have that on my community cluster. A few of these are ones that are more for survival. Cleaner additional structures. This one I like for my creative building or event servers, just saves me some trouble. But of course, it's way OP. I would not have that on a survival server at all. This one I probably don't need since it's not a survival server. Nucleus is awesome. I love that. An admin box. So I'll just scroll through here. I'm not going to talk about all of them, but these are what I got on here right now. There are a total of 28 mods on this server at the moment, but I'm probably going to get rid of at least 5 or 6 of them. But, you know, I started this server up pretty quickly since this stream was a bit of a last-minute pivot. Yeah, hopefully so. Hopefully so. We don't want ARK to be ARKing too bad today, at least. What is my password? There we go. Copy. Paste. Oh, thank you, Zant. That'd be awesome. Actually, I can probably look it up since I'm waiting for things to load anyway, and I know where to look. I can just look it up in my YouTube studio. It was one of the last videos that I made before ASA came out. One of my last ASE videos. The build had been done like a year before that, but it took a while to actually get an edited video done because I was working on other projects. Okay. Getting close. Hogwarts full build tour. There we go. And get shareable link. There you go. Okay. Okay, let's close that down and get back into GCM. That's not a very good sign, though. Like, there's barely any structures here, so it must have just been arcing, because, like, there's nothing here. Why would it be crashing now? Anyway. I'm gonna start just kind of mocking it up here. Looks good. So I'm trying to make the front of this symmetrical because the front is supposed to be very symmetrical, which is not how I normally build. Normally, I embrace asymmetry. Okay, but we've got 3, 1, and 2. 3, 1, and then 2. So let's change these guys a bit. Yeah, that we need to go straight here for 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 fence foundations, and then a 15-degree little slant. Yeah, that's 4, right? Yeah, and then like that. Okay, now I'm going to wall up from this so we can get just a look at what we got so far. We have to leave space underneath for dungeons, so I can't build it directly on the ground. Because that's the thing with ARK, you got to get creative because you can't dig into the terrain. Is there a fence foundation there, or is it just snapping? It's just snapping to the wall, I think. Okay. I also have the vegetation planters mod on here as well, which lets me place rocks and boulders and trees and stuff that should blend pretty well with the natural landscape. So I will be able to make this wall look quite a bit more built in. But for now, we're just trying to get the basic shape. I think I'm gonna, just so I have plenty of headroom, I'm gonna go for another wall up. Let's do 3. Okay. Oh, hey, thanks for that. Hey, Jim Bobs, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much. That's really kind of you. I appreciate it very much, even with the jump scare. But yeah, thank you for the $4.99. And yeah, I'm glad that you appreciate the no ads, because yeah, ads for live streams are just, I figure they're just annoying. They're just frustrating. Nobody wants that. So somebody sending me a tip every now and then like that is probably more than I would have made from the ads anyway. So I'm very grateful for that. Thank you. And yes, GG. For everybody, type GG for Jim Bob in the chat. Yeah, okay, so I'm trying to keep the middle portion having the very nice square snapped in squares, but around the edges here I'm going to be doing some meshing things together to fit the different angles and stuff. I'll leave some holes for now. Because of the fact that we've got these 15-degree angles, thanks to the fence foundations from Chasson's Building Helper, which add back that 15-degree angle that we builders loved in ASE, but which for some reason they decided to remove for ASA. Because I think that whoever was in charge of, well, I know who is in charge of the building, and they did a fabulous job, okay? The people who redid the building system of ARK for ASA did an absolutely fabulous job. It is the part of ASA that functions the absolute best, so I have nothing but good things to say about them. It was done by, I don't know his real name, but Orion's son was the modder who made the mod Structures Plus, S+, which was the #1 most popular mod for ARK Survival Evolved. But in ASC, only Steam users were able to use mods at all. Console players could not use mods because all the mods were hosted in the Steam Workshop. But with ASA, console players can use mods as well, since they're hosted by CurseForge. But yeah, the Wildcard hired the S Plus guy to redo the official building system for ASA. And he did a fabulous job. And Gigi Fizz also worked with him, who is a longtime ARK builder and content creator, and also did a fabulous job. But I don't think Orion Sun likes wonkiness. And so he made a building system that makes a lot more sense, works a lot better, doesn't have the weird funky snaps and stuff of ASE. And so it basically, it's a lot more user friendly, especially to beginners, which is amazing. And for the vast majority of people, it is light years better. But for some of us builders who got used to exploiting the wonkiness of ASE building, we got used to our little tricks and workarounds and stuff, and so we used some mods to add some things back, which it's kind of funny actually. When ASA first dropped, dang it, this is gonna be a problem. When ASA dropped, and there was, I'm in the modders Discord, even though I'm not a modder, but I help test mods different times and stuff. I'm friends with a lot of modders, and there was a stream in there. Somebody was streaming in the modders Discord on the same day that ASA, ARK Survival Ascended, came out, the same day the remaster launched. And it was all these modders having a look at ASA for the first time and the way different things worked and stuff like that. It was really cool. And I think it was Orion Sun who was in there. He was showing off the new building system. And so I asked, I'm like, can we still make 24-sided circles with fence foundations? And he said, you were making 24-sided circles with fence foundations? And that's what the modders said too. They had no idea. This was like 15 or 20 people in there. None of them had any idea that we crazy builders were doing stuff like that. So I thought that was hilarious. But yeah. So they did not allow us still our fence foundation trick for making 24-sided circles. So we've had to come up with new tricks and tips. Jim Bob says, I build giant boxes as bases. You are not alone. You are not alone. A lot of people do. And it's a complicated game, right? You know, ARK has a lot of different things to do. And not everybody enjoys the building, and that's totally fair. You know, it's a game. Games are supposed to be fun. If building isn't fun for you, then that's fine. But if you do want to get a little more creative with your building, I do have a lot of tutorial videos and stuff to teach some new tips and tricks that you can use. I've got a few that are like step-by-step tutorials to build something specific, but most of my videos, I like to just teach techniques that you can then use to make your own visions come to life, just to add your own little touches and stuff to your builds so you can do something unique, you know, if you want to. And it just feels a lot more satisfying, I feel like, if it's something that you came up with yourself. And it doesn't have to be it doesn't have to be compared to anybody else's build. But if you do want more of a, excuse me a moment here, cheat enemy invisible. There, go away. There, forgot that I exist now. My trees are coming back here. Destroy foliage. 500 3030. And in all fairness, when I'm playing survival, I start out with a box base too in early game. I've come up with a slightly fancier box base that I like, that is a little bit more interesting and still very practical. I've got a tutorial for that one, my Bob Box Ascended. But yeah, I start out with just a box too, and I never build stuff this big in survival. Never. Ever, 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 ever. I build small and practical, but I try to still make it interesting when I'm playing survival, because I don't like farming resources. I don't like spending all day hacking rocks and chopping down trees. I would just as soon be out taming dinos or something more interesting if I'm playing survival. So I only build stuff like this if I'm in creative mode, which I obviously am. Okay, 1, 2, 3. This is 1, 2, 3. And I think I'm going to add another 15-degree curve here. Three there, is that right? I think we're going to need to go like straight back. I might have made this too far forward, but no, the castle kind of sticks out the back. It's going to need to be adapted anyway, of course. It's not going to be exactly like the Skyrim one. I just want it to be recognizable that that's what it's supposed to be, you know? You snap to that? Okay. That way. That, I think, is a... Come on now. Gonna be a pain in the butt. Hey, Captain Fat Dog Raiders, welcome, welcome. I didn't even see the notification come through yet. Xanth is on the ball. Your wife builds crazy cool bases? That's awesome. You should join my Discord and pop some pictures in the screenshots channel. Hey, Zencharites, welcome, welcome. Hey, Captain. Thank you so much for popping by. I appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. And yeah, sweet dreams to you. Let me see if I got... There we go. And I think that audio was doubled. I apologize for that. Let me mute one of those inputs. Anyway, sweet dreams, Captain. Thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate you. And yeah, so what I'm doing here, Captain Fat Dog Raiders, is I am endeavoring to, I'm just now starting on it, but I'm trying to build the Dragonreach castle from the city of Whiterun in Skyrim in ARK. I'm on Valguero here, and I'm trying to get here. I've got, let me share this, share my screen in a second to show you the bird's eye view picture that I am referring to, and switch to my display capture. So you see here, this is the bird's eye view of it. Let me also show you some other views of the castle that I'm trying to build here. Those who've played Skyrim should probably recognize it. It is definitely one of the most iconic castles in the game, and it figures in the main quest line as well. So yeah, that's what I'm trying to build. And because of the fact that there is a dungeon underneath the castle, I'm trying to start by building the ground around it with these walls here, and I'm going to build some fake ground so that we can have the dungeons underneath, because I do want to do the interiors of this as well, not just the exterior. That's kind of the goal at this point. That is the plan. Let me there's another shot. I've been collecting pictures of this for a while because it's been something I've been thinking about building. Here's the inside, the Great Hall. And here's a dead-on front view. And this symmetry of this curve here is very interesting. I don't tend to build symmetrical a whole lot. I prefer whimsical usually. But I'm trying to get this front curve as symmetrical as possible. And yeah, it is quite the undertaking. No idea how long it's going to take me, because I still have other projects I'm still working on, of course, too. I've got a Green Hell playthrough that I'm working on, making edited videos of at the moment. That is a first-time blind playthrough of the hardest survival game ever made, because apparently I'm a glutton for punishment. So yeah, I've got that I'm working on, and some other ARK projects and stuff here and there. I might be working on another ARK event for Nitrado, chatting with them about that. But I would like to make this kind of my stream series that I keep coming back to for a while. And you know what? This is what I was wearing when I was on here for like Christmas building. So let's switch to something else. Let's see if we can find something that looks Skyrim-esque. Now that looks like a Dragonborn helmet if I ever saw one. There. That's kind of more the vibe we're looking for, right? The looks like the colors that I painted my other armor are still coming through. That's kind of cool. Okay, and then gloves. I might recolor these later, but I'm not going to take time to do it right now. And this is from the MSVV Viking cosmetic. This is I believe it's free, but this is the free armor cosmetic set. The same guy, Deckard, also has a premium structure cosmetics mod, which I am definitely going to be using in this build as well. Yeah, let's go. This belt buckle is a little insane. Well, I know it's supposed to be armor, but it looks like a gigantic belt buckle. Okay, anyway. Oh. Why does it... I can see my own armor and it was messing with me. Anyway, let me change the time of day here. And the weather. Clear skies, thank you very much. Oh, and it's only 10 a.m. It was darker, I guess, just because of the weather. Anyway. So, yeah. Got the start of this curve going on. Trying to get this right, because if you don't get the foundation layer right, then none of it's right. Okay. Join the Discord. Awesome. Yeah. Next time she builds a cool base. We have island server, about to switch maps. Nice. Discord is Shadowfell. All right. Well, welcome, welcome. We will see you in there. Okay. I think I actually need to make the starting... It looks like I'm wearing a shield or something, but I'm not, and it's messing with me. Let me switch to a different one real quick here. This one has some cool stuff. Yeah, this one looks a little bit more wizardish, but at least maybe it's not gonna Not going to be distracting. Okay. Anyway, I need to make the front of this curve a little bit more gradually, so. So this build is definitely going to require a lot of breaking and rebuilding. This is not going to be a speedy, action-packed sort of stream. But hey, you know, if you came over from Captain Fat Dog's stream, then you know that's how building streams go, right? You're definitely more of the chill second screen sort of live stream. Not quite the crazy adventure sort of live stream. Okay. Okay. Now I want to make this one foundation wider before we start curving. Like that. And make sure we got this on the 15-degree. Why are you not? Okay, this is a different version of it. I think this is the one I want. Let me just double check that this is the correct one that has the angles I want. Where's a flat-ish piece of ground? Uh-huh, that's the 15-degree snap that we want. If I was really doing this, I would make sure that they were all facing the same direction, but this is the secret of how we were able to make 24-sided circles in ASE, was because somebody figured out that the fence foundations had an additional angle in them that you couldn't really get any other way. Yeah, that's 24. Okay, so that is giving me the 15-degree snap that I need. How often do I stream? I try to stream about once a week, sometimes twice if I'm lucky, sometimes not at all. Yeah, it just depends on what's going on in real life and whether I'm able to fit it in or not. And also if I'm working on an edited video, sometimes I need to use the time to work on that, but I try to stream about once a week. I tend to kind of go through phases, like where I'll focus more on edited content for a while, and then I'll get burned out of editing and need a break from it, and so I won't make any edited videos, and I'll stream like 3 times a week for a while, and then I'll get an idea for another edited video I want to work on and do that some more, so... Yeah, I wish I could say a consistent streaming schedule, but since my goal is to be mostly, you know, the edited videos are kind of more of a focus because long term, those tend to perform better. But streaming is fun because then, you know, there's the interaction. It's just way more friendly. And better for building community, so I try to do some of both. And one of these days I'll get around to setting up a Twitch so I can dual stream, but I've not had a chance to get to that yet. Let's do like one more. 2, 3, that's 4. And then we'll do a curve. Like that. And I think that should be... Well, that's not quite straight back. We've got a little bit more to go. Okay. 3. 2, 3. Oh, you're sick, Slayer. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you feel better. That is the worst. Yeah. Been fighting something a little bit too. Woke up with a headache this morning. That just sucks. Thankfully I'm feeling better now, but I hope you feel better soon too. Just need something that I can put a fence foundation on so that they don't mesh into the terrain where I can't see them. Thankfully, just like in ASE, these modded fence foundations will snap to a ceiling or foundation. Two, 3. This is the other reason I only ever do big builds in creative mode, is because I need to be able to fly so that I can back off and get a bird's eye view of what's going on. With big builds, it's really hard to build from the ground. I mean, I've done it before. I've done a lot of building standing on a Quetz platform saddle or standing on a Bronto's head or something. But that's just for fairly normal sized bases. Something unnecessarily big in survival is just not really something I tend to do. Let's take this back and see how that's looking. Hey, you gonna go away, tree? Please? Please? This one does not want to go away. Oh, Jim, thank you so much. That's very kind of you. Thank you for the 99 cents. Appreciate it. And, yeah, I missed some stuff here. Let me scroll back up a little bit. Hey there, hey, Busorlovina. I'm not sure how to pronounce that, but anyway, no lollygagging. Lollygagging is what I do best. Thank you very much. And yes, Zant is playing ASA now. It is an amazing, wonderful thing. The community actually, yes, came together, and a bunch of us smaller content creators who all love Zant because he is an awesome member of our communities. We got a bunch of PC parts together, and Mikey's Gaming Oasis built it for him. And it was a wonderful surprise, because it just was not right that Zant couldn't play ASA with the rest of us. I mean, he's been watching us play ASA for years now, and helping answer questions on Discord about ASA and all kinds of stuff. So I'm really glad that now he's also able to play it with us too. Let's get rid of some of this other stuff in my inventory that I don't need at the moment. Left over from the other project I was working on. Don't need Christmas lights, thank you. Okay. But that dang tree is still there. Is that doing the whole ghost tree thing? You know what I actually need? Do I have any dinos in my inventory? No. What I really need is an Anki. Or I could get a flamethrower. That's what Aaron Longstaff usually does. But I like an Anki. It's nice to have a friendly little building buddy. Ankylosaurus. And with this is the Nucleus mod, which is admin only, obviously, of course. But I love Nucleus because, for one thing, I can customize the colors on the creature before I even spawn it in. So let's customize this. What colors should we add to our Anki here? I think it needs some other different colors. Maybe we should add some purple. Purple makes everything better. Try like some of this medium lavender. That's not even showing up. Ooh, try. Ooh, that's nice. I need more contrast. A lot of these colors are looking kind of muted. That is not what we want. Let's go for maybe like a warmer pink tone. Do we have any like really good? Oh, something like that could work. Nah. Not what I want. Don't normally go for orange, but in the right situation, it can provide a lot of nice warmth and contrast. Maybe, possibly. And let's swap this white for something a little better. That is very, very, very red. Let's go for a darker color on the belly. That's kind of cool. But then it seems like it needs some contrast, some white or something somewhere else. Where is this color region? Oh, that's that one. Okay. Maybe yellow for that one. And this is definitely looking too muted. No, that's not right. No, I'm not happy with this. You know, I'm just going to roll the dice a few times till I get something that I like to start with. Well, that has potential. No. That's kind of cool. Yeah, let's go off of this one as a starting point, maybe. Maybe, possibly. Dark green. Ooh, definitely should do that. Oh, can't play ASA for a while either, Xena. That sucks. Oh, Draco dropped a couple hints, huh? Did he? Draco almost gave away the secret, huh? Name it Jack? I will name it Jack. I will name it Jack just for you, Jim Bob. Oh yeah, I'm probably gonna have to move. We're gonna have to move pretty soon too. Slayer, so moving sucks. I hate moving, but yeah, sometimes it is a necessity. I kind of like that mint green. Ooh, I like that color. Okay, let's just change this up a little bit. And then call it good. Now let's do... add some dark green. Maybe... actually, let's make this a... like, there's a jade green in here. Let's make this jade green if I can find it. That's kind of cool. Make this a slightly brighter green. Oh, there's the jade green, of course. Mint. Leave that mint, and then this can be jade. Where did that go? Now, of course, I can't find it again. 80... it was around the same place as the mint, so there it is. Alright, we will call that good. I can actually name it also before I spawn it in. So we will name it Jack. And we will spawn him in. And let's get a saddle as well. And I don't want it to be hot pink, but we can color the saddle. Let's just make it, I don't know, let's just make it like dark green or something. Where's that nice jade green? It was 80 something. The color numbers are different for the paint colors. Dang it. That's confusing. Why couldn't they just keep one easy, simple color system? That would make way too much sense. Okay. There you are, Jack. Let's get a saddle on you, and then you can get rid of this tree for me. If it... no, I think that tree... this tree might be staying. Why would there be a tree here that is unbreakable? That makes no sense. And it is acting like it is there, though. Like I'm not walking through it. This doesn't look like the type of tree that is normally unbreakable. We may have a tree in the middle of the entrance. Yeah. Hey, Schwalbe fan, welcome, welcome. What's with the ominous music? I can switch to some other music. This is synthwave. This is White Bat audio. Some of it is kind of tense sounding. Yeah, so let's switch to something more chill. After all, it's Friday, right? How about some tropical vibes while I'm out here in the snow? This one should be hopefully more chill. I don't think it's a ghost tree. I think it might just be an unbreakable tree for some reason. Because see, it's not... it's like I'm not... well, normally the ghost tree, you can walk right through them. Well, I can sort of walk through it, but it sort of half-heartedly resists. Okay, you know what? If it is a ghost tree, then the fix for that is to leave render and then come back. So let's leave render. Let's head all the way over here to Red Hub and then fly back again. That should give it a chance to go away if that was the issue. Let's hope I can find that spot again. Should be able to. Yeah, there it is. I can see the shape of the mountain. And the tree is still there. Well, maybe it'll be gone next time. All right, Jack. Well, at least let's try to get rid of some of these other ones. Here, you can get some berries to munch on. See, the ghost tree glitch, it's weird for it to be just one, because usually it's like, at least how it was occurring last time, it was like all the trees. I don't know what's going on. I don't want to have to log off and back on again. It just takes so long. I'm just going to hope that if it is one of those things where if I logged off and then back on again, then next time the tree should be gone, right? We will just hope that next time the tree is just gone. After all, we got foundations all around here, so it definitely should not be here. Spam foundations all over the place. Okay. I think we're at a good point now for going more or less straight back. The castle is going to be slightly kinked, not the same... If I was going to make it face straight on to the way the castle is going to need to be on that mountain, then the front actually should be here. But I was kind of trying to center the front over by the waterfall. But this, well, actually the stairway from the castle does go down to the side anyway. And like I said, it doesn't have to be exact. Estimate from this screenshot about how many foundations wide the castle itself is going to need to be. So we've got about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, about 14 or 16, something like that. Definitely needs to be an even number, but 14 or 16 wide. So I probably should have started with the castle first, and then oriented the rest of that to the castle. So let's try this. Three. If that works, the front of the castle there, or should I tilt it a little bit more? I think I'm going to want it a little bit more to the side. I'll leave one so I know what to tilt it a little bit in reference to. More like that, I think. And where's the middle? That's about the middle, I think. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, that looks good, I think. Okay. Oh, your eyes are hurting. I'm sorry to hear that, Slayer. Hope that you sleep well And yeah, I hope you feel better in the morning. Ooh, Xant's Starlink will be here, so better Wi-Fi is coming. That's awesome. Am I on single player? Actually, no, I am on a server. I am on a Nitrado server. Thank you, Nitrado. I just set it up today, and I'm the only one on here. So there's not really any reason why it should be wonky, but I mean, it's ARK. Sometimes ARK be ARKin'. That's all we can say, right? Sometimes ARK be ARKin'. And then about how deep does this need to be? At least 10 or 12 deep, I'm thinking. Here, can you come over here, buddy? Looking forward to Genesis 2 when Striders come back. Striders are so nice for clearing terrain, especially if you don't have access to admin commands. Okay. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And what do we get? Oh. $10. That's 11 deep. Let's do 12, I guess. So that would be 12 deep. You named the tree Leona. Maybe that's why it won't go away. One of our admin's favorite things is to shout is, "Fix your game, wildcard. It's so good and so broken." Yes, it is. To be honest, though, I mean, I understand more than I used to, at least. I understand why it is so broken. And I mean, Wildcard are amazing devs. They have built an incredible game that we all love, right? The problem is that it's built on spaghetti code. My modding and coder friends who have had a look at the code have said that, like, it gives them nightmares how complicated the code for this game is. Which, I mean, you can, even without being able to code, you can imagine that just from how complicated the game is. I mean, how many moving parts are there? There are so many systems in this game that could be standalone mini games themselves. You know, you could have a whole game just with the building in this. You could have a whole game just with the dinosaur breeding. You could have a whole game just with the dinosaur taming. And then you've got all of their AI, how they all interact with each other in the environments and everything. And you've got, you know, the custom recipes, and you've got the boss fights, and I mean, there are just so many things going on in this game, and it's all kind of spaghetti coated together like this big old ball of wire that when they pull one wire, they don't know what else is going to move in that big ball of wire. Something like that. So they are continually releasing patches and stuff for this game. They are trying their best to fix their game, but whenever they fix something, they don't know what else it's going to break. And they can't rebuild everything from scratch because they've already fixed a bunch of stuff. And if they rebuilt it from scratch, they don't necessarily know what caused the bug in the first place. They know what fixed it eventually, But if they just rebuilt it from scratch, then they'd have to find fixes to the bugs all over again. It's complicated, but apparently that's kind of the way it works. So yeah, I just hopeful that over time it'll just get better and better, hopefully. Right? We live in hope. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. One more. 12. And in the meantime, you know, sometimes we take breaks from ARK to play other games. If our mental health needs a little bit of a break, that's fine. I absolutely love ASA and I love all the changes that it brought, but I will also say that before ASA came out with ASE, I played it exclusively for 5 years. ARK was the only game I played. What broke my 5-year-long addiction to ARK was ASA. ASA is amazing. I love all the quality of life improvements, but sometimes I need a break from it too. Okay. I think that looks good. And then there's also like a porch that goes out farther that way. Yeah, I think I'm gonna redo all of this. Now that I know what I'm doing, it'll be a lot quicker to do the second time, so I don't really mind that much. Now that I've figured out the curve that I want, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 wide, the flat part, and then we go 2, 3, 4, 3, 3, 2, 3, 4, 3, 3. Remember that. 2, 3, 4, 3, 3. Hey, it's Dino. Welcome. And thank you very much. I am definitely going to need a lot of luck with this project, that's for sure. Don't play other games, you only play ARK. Yeah, like I said, I was there for a long time too, so I totally get it. There are a lot of really amazing open world survival games coming out now, though. I mean, that there didn't used to be anything that came even close to competing with ARK. That now, I wouldn't say there's games that compete with it, because they're different, they're their own thing, for sure. ARK is definitely the very best survival game with dinosaurs and tameable creatures and stuff. But, like, Enshrouded is an incredible game in its own right. I really love Enshrouded a lot, and Green Hell I have been enjoying. I'm doing a blind first-time playthrough. Got a couple edited videos out in that series, and it's a very, very hard game, but I'm enjoying it. It reminds me a little bit of the challenge when I first played ARK, you know, for the very, very first time. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's the middle, right? Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's the middle. Okay. And Windrose, which just came out, is a lot of fun too. If you want a game that you can play for 10,000 hours and not get tired of, then that's definitely ARK, because, you know, there's so many unique things you can do with it, and with the mods and the overhaul mods and the building and so many different maps and everything else. Nothing else comes close to that. But, I mean, for a pirate survival game, Windrose is a lot of fun. It's still early access, doesn't have as much content, so it's the type of game that you're probably going to want to take a break from, or put it aside until the next big update after maybe 100 hours or so, maybe more than that if you if building's not your thing. But it is a lot of fun. I played a little bit of Windrose and was enjoying that a lot. Come on now. And I still actually have a Windrose server up for my Patreons and channel members, in addition to my ARK cluster that I have. So thanks to Necrado for sponsoring all my servers. And there, that's better. Now I can see. Okay, destroy foliage. Would help if I could spell. 500 space 0 space 0. That got rid of the boulder. Yes, that got rid of the boulder that I like. Just have to find humor in the flaws. Yeah, absolutely. You know, it was kind of funny. I was trying to explain to a 7 Days to Die content creator a little while ago. I made some comment about how broken ARK is or something, some kind of joke, and he was like, whoa, I thought you liked ARK. I thought you played ARK. And I'm like, yeah, nobody disses on ARK as much as people who love ARK. We love it, and it's a broken mess, but it's our broken mess, and we love it anyway. You just kind of got, yeah, you got to have a sense of humor about it. But yeah, there's people who leave comments all the time that are like, you know, oh, well, tell WildGuard to fix their stupid game, or, you know, they act like ARK is destroying their mental health or something. I'm like, you know what? If you feel that strongly about it, if it's getting you that hot under the collar, then you really should go play something else. Yeah, you know, if it's going to make you angry, then don't play it exclusively. If you can have a sense of humor about it, and it's not making you extremely frustrated, then yeah, just gotta remember games are meant to be fun. So play it if it's fun. If it stops being fun, then take a break for a while. That's what I think. Yeah, now we're talking. Okay, yeah, I want that angle, and then we want, it was 2, and then 3, and then 4, and then 3, right? 3, and then that's 3 and 4. And then 1, 2, 3. You know what? This weather. Wish I could get it to just stay nice, but okay. I am really weirdly zoomed in. That's better. Okay, yeah. Looking good. I think I want to go straight back from there. Yeah. Well, it's not quite straight yet. Getting close though. So let's actually... let's pick those up and let's Let's run some of these out so that I can see what straight even actually is. So is this music more to your liking there, Al? Is this more relaxing? Jim Bob says, I don't like video games. I just met my wife playing ARK, so I never stopped. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. That's cool that you met your wife playing ARK. Was it on a server or something? I can't get my husband to play ARK. We play Enshrouded together. But, yeah. It's a little too soul-crushing sometimes for a more casual gamer who, you know, most of his hobbies are kind of more real-life sports and stuff, so. When he games, he likes it to be a little bit more of a casual gaming experience. One, two, three, 5, 6. Okay, is that matching up with this? Close. Probably close enough. With all the angles and stuff, it's almost impossible to make it match up perfectly, but this is very, very close. So I think I can work with this. And Zant says, I opened Pal World a couple days ago and had 3 single-player games I don't remember making. Yeah, I remember you playing Pal World on my... I had Pal World servers for a little while, and you were playing on there. And Jim Bob says, the only glitch that I actually mind is when my dinos fall through the air. Yeah. Randomly without reason. I just have a cryopod mode, and now I revive them when it happens. Yeah, that's fair. For sure. I mean, I originally started using mods in ARK just to make up for glitches that were in the game. I figure, you know, if the game can cheat and the game can ARK me, then I can use mods to fix those. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. Okay, how does that curve look? I think I actually want these ones wider first. I gotta get this right. The front needs to be a little fatter. So let's have 2, 3. Let's make that one actually go like 5 or something. 4, 5. Yeah, that'll make it more gradual. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I think that'll be good. Yeah. We will try to match it up somewhat with the angle a little bit further down. And then we've got, that's 3. Yeah, that actually, that is pretty dang close. Yeah, I think I like that. Okay. So we've got 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. And then 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, 2, 3. Is that also 5? 5, 5, 5. This one here, I think, is 3. Yeah, that's 3. So 5, 5, and this needs to be 5, and then 3. Yeah, that looks the same. And I can work with that. I can work with that. I know how to deal with a little bit of wonkiness. For one thing, we need to get rid of the competing snap points that'll make it confusing for now. So we'll just go back straight from here. And now I need to go farther with these and then do a wall and it'll snap to the bottom of a wall. You can't really snap a vanilla foundation to one of the fence foundations, but if you add a wall, you can make it work. Okay. Okay, we've got, that is 3, and then we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I'll add the curve of the back part of the wall after I'm done at least the base of the castle. Now, what did I count to? I lost count. Now I forget what I counted to. 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13, 14. 14. Okay, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Oh wait, no, well, that's eventually going to need to be there, but I don't need it competing with this while I work on the outer wall. Outer wall first. Okay, 3, and then an additional one so we can pop a wall and a foundation. And then go with foundations. So we got 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah. That looks good. In ARK, there is as many ways to work through the flaws as there is flaws. Oh yeah, absolutely. That's the beauty of it, and that's what has spoiled me for. I mean, I've tried to play some adventure RPG games like Dragon Age and Fallout and stuff since starting ARK, and it just feels so constricting. The fact that most of the time when there's a problem, there's only one way to solve the problem. You just have to figure out the one way to solve it. And that I love having multiple different things at my disposal, multiple ways of fixing every problem, multiple ways of gathering every resource. That's what keeps the game feeling fresh. That's what gives it unlimited replayability, and that's why people like doing funky, unique challenges and stuff. Since you can do things in so many different ways. You know, like using less popular dinos or taming things that most people don't tame, or like Rampy did a whole playthrough where the only creature he was allowed to tame was raptors. Or, you know, there's just so many things you can do with it. Or I remember in ASE, Zan was doing a challenge where he was only taming birds. It's just, the options are endless. Actually, oh wait, no, that's fine because I'm building up from here. At least 3 falls high. And then I've got my walkway in the middle here. It is, I'm thinking, we'll see how 4 looks, but I'm thinking it might be just 3 wide, 2 and then a half or a quarter on either end. Let's see. Interesting trying to eyeball the sizes of things, but I think the pond is about 2.5 wide on either side of the walkway and about 3.5 long. Okay. Of course, we've got the top of the walkway like that. And going to be a little bit of a curve there as well. But now let's grab these guys. And just get a little bit of a taste of how it looks. Foundations underneath are kind of distracting. Let me put some skins on them or something so that it's easier to tell what's what. Something. Oh, I just got Gothic Craft. That's right. Where is that? I think those are a little darker than like the Castle Craft. No, that's for one. This is a different Gothic one. Got way too many cosmetics in here. There, Gothic. Wait, no, that's a different one. This is Gothic Castle. But you know what? I'll give it a whirl anyway, even though it wasn't the one I was looking for. It looks like it might work. I don't even remember where I got. I think this was a new one that I just got. It was a free one. doesn't really matter what one. I'm probably going to swap it out for something else eventually anyway. I'm just trying to make it different from vanilla stone so that it's easier to differentiate from what I'm doing up above here. Okay. Okay, now I said that's about. Let's go back 4 and then starting on this 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that doesn't look nearly enough. Let's do 5. Yeah, that looks, but actually this might be good. And we'll start here. Just mock this up a little bit and see where we're at. So great. That looks pretty dang close. Yeah. Okay, let's go with that for now then. Need to revisit that challenge? Yeah, you do, Zant. I think that was a very fun idea for a challenge. I still have a few ideas for different challenges I want to do in ARK as well. I just have not had time as of yet. But I hope to get to them eventually. I think my hubby's about to leave for the evening. I will be right back. Dookie dookie. What happened to my music? I cannot hear my audio. Is my headphones going weird? I somehow, just by habit, hit the switch and turned off my headphones. Okay. There we go. Now I can hear stuff. Okay. Now... yeah, that looks about right. I think this isn't a super deep pool, so we'll just go with one wall for now. You're not going to cooperate, huh? Fine, we'll go with a quarter wall then. Alright. Ooh. You know what, just to change it up, just to change up the texture, I think I'm going to grab some metal ceilings. But I'm going to be using skins to make it look like there's water in here. There's some really good water cosmetics out there. But for now, that'll at least give us an idea of what it's looking like. And we're missing a wall here. I think that might actually be supposed to be solid under there. Yeah, that's actually like, okay, now the picture that I'm looking at now, this looks actually like more of a bridge, and it definitely looks deeper. So, I'm gonna get rid of these underneath here, just to remind me that this is supposed to be a bridge. And we'll leave that for now. We'll pretend that's the surface of the water. Hey, Sean! Welcome, welcome! Hello! Welcome on in. Let's see. What do we got going on here? That's the issue. Alright. Buzz butter. And you know what? No, I'm gonna leave it for now and go on to something else because I might end up tearing all this down and redoing it later anyway. So we're just going to imagine that the surface of the water is here-ish. These need to be snapped to the inner side, not the outer side, because the outer side is where the wonkiness is, on purpose, by design. And what do we got with this? This is... well, that one should be fine. No, you are wrong. Should not be snapped there. Trying to keep the wonkiness under control. There's going to be wonkiness, but we want it to be intentional wonkiness, not unintentional wonkiness. Okay. Aha. That's why it's different on the other side. Okay, so this is snap in. Let's snap everything to this back wall. Like these guys are. Keep it simple. Sean, I am working on the Dragonreach castle in Whiterun, Jarl Bulgrath's castle. Which I think is like the most recognizable structure in Skyrim. And so that was the one I wanted to try. Been wanting to build it for a while. And the stream I had scheduled for today didn't work out. It was with somebody else and his internet wasn't working out. So I decided, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to start this build today. Okay. I think that looks good-ish. I'm gonna pull up a picture of it in case you need your memory refreshed. I need to look at some details on this right now as well. So, yeah, there you are. I forgot that I was still on my display capture screen. So anyway, you're seeing what I am. So I'm working on this front portion of it right now, this here. Because I'm trying to get the kind of the foundation layer right, and then we'll tackle the rest of the castle part. I found a really good site here in Valguero where I'm building it. Here's another angle, been collecting reference images. Yeah, that is definitely a bridge there. I might, just too wide might be better. I might not need that half width on either side. Let's see. I definitely had to have architect structures on here though too, because I'm going to need a steeper roof angle for these roofs. So I made sure that I added that mod. This here looks like this is more like 2 ceilings wide there. Yeah. Put that over on one of my other screens here. Now, as far as height goes, if that's a half wall height, then we've got like 1, 2.5. It's about 2.5 walls high there before it starts to curve. So let's grab some ASR stone pillars and some vanilla pillars. I typically just build everything out of stone and then skin it later on. It just keeps things simpler. I don't need to have as many different textures in my hotbar. And there it goes again with the weather. Come on now, game. And let's make it a little lighter and brighter, maybe. Free sky, we'll see if that works. Usually doesn't seem to hold for very long, but we'll try. There, now we can see what we're doing better. Anyway, I used metal at the bottom of these just to kind of pretend that's the surface of the water. And so there'd be a different texture in there. Okay, anyway, I'm just gonna I'm gonna remove these guys and make this narrower. I'm not sure if I need those or not. I might end up moving that back wall back a little bit more. But oh, I already had some pillars here. But let's put these guys in there. This also, this is a modded pillar as well. That gives me some angles that are helpful sometimes. But I think I'm going to start with a vanilla half pillar, just for simplicity's sake when it comes to adding skins later on. Yeah, and 1, 2, 5. And 5. So yes, I definitely do need to take these out. Oh, don't forget though that yeah, these walls are what's supporting all the metal walls underneath. So let's go ahead and add some more support before we remove the rest. I have to redo all of it now that I took that out. Well, just all the metal ceiling bits here. So actually, yeah, I am going to let those fall. It's removing this back, and I want them snapped to the back wall here. Since this is going to be my reference point, since the front wall curves, It has some wonky corners. I want everything snapped into the back here. So that then all we'll have on this front wall is the front wall, essentially. So, since it's got wonky curves, that will prevent the wonkiness from being carried over into the rest of the structure. Okay. Now I'm going to add the bottom down here, but then I'm also going to add a layer of ceilings at where the top of the water is supposed to be, since of course we can't place real water in ARK, but there are cosmetics that can mimic the surface of water. So I'm going to put those on the ceilings that will be at that level. Okay. Which cosmetics do I have? I do have wild water. Okay. That's the one I wanted. And that is a free cosmetic, by the way. It is wild water. It's a very good one. And since it is transparent, I need to have something under the water. I might even go through and add plants later and stuff. Isn't that cool? It's still ceilings, but it looks like water. Love it. That was a really fun splash effect that the modder gave this water. Very fun. I like it. Okay. Okay, we'll see how we're looking proportionally once I get some angled ones on here. Okay, so let me see this from a front angle again. I've got so many different pictures of this. This one shows the front really well. That does have a slight curve to it. I can this mod has some curved pillar variants, so I may try that. I'll just see. It might be too much of a curve. So we want deep beam convex. Yeah, that's the one. Oh yeah, that'll be good. That is perfect. And the fact that I'm going to be using a lot of Architect Structures Remastered for this also means that I'm going to need to stick pretty close to vanilla textures for at least part of the build. I'm not going to be able to put skins on everything because the skins will go on some Architect Structures pieces if it's a piece that has a vanilla variant. If it's a piece that doesn't exist in vanilla, then of course the skins have not been made to fit something like this, and so I won't be able to put skins on that. So actually, you know what? Let me look at the wood versions of the ASR colors. And there might be one of those, since I'm not going to be able to skin it. Might be one of those that would be better. Where's the wood one? I'm looking past it, I'm sure. Where's the... Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting it. It looks more yellow than the vanilla one, so I just keep looking past it by accident. Okay. Okay, let's get the angle we want. Wood steep beam, but then also with ASR, I can hit T to cycle textures. Like there is a nice thick beam. That's the one I think we're going to want. Just for the heck of it, let me see. Oh no, I didn't need to hit that. There, T. There's a medium beam. Post that's rounded. I definitely don't want that. There's one with scoot cresting, which is cool. We're gonna want that for the top part of the ridge pole. Oh, I hit the button again. But yeah, I think for now the variant we're gonna want is, went right past it. The thick beam, that guy. That guy. Okay, yeah. Yeah, we'll do those on this part as well. I'm going to have to remember to use different textures and not depend on skins for this. We'll probably paint these a little darker though, because these are made to coordinate with the vanilla wood, but they just look a little too yellow for me. So I'll definitely play around with some other colors. Let's, there, this guy, switch him to the thick beam though. Yeah, that looks good. That looks good. Now there was another angle that showed the part below the bridge a little better. Yeah. Okay. Probably gonna have to sneak some border walls in here to give me the snap points I'm gonna need. Okay. And then we want shallow beam. Convex. Like that. Be better if it was a little shallower. I might not be able to do that, but I'm gonna try. Let's just experiment with this out here. It's like, I want one that's like the opposite of this steep one. I could just use the move tool, but I'd rather not. There's the concave one. We combine that with the convex one. It might at least look a little better. Come on. Like that. At least it looks... Yeah, that looks a lot more natural. For under the bridge. We'll go with that for now. If it bugs me later, I might end up using a move tool or something to do something that's closer to the pictures. But for now, this is good enough. The other side and then switch it. Sure, I'll do some fine-tuning later. I may also want to swap out some of these for the medium thickness, but I like this for now. Let's get some railings in here. There should be wood railings. I wonder, does the ASR one have other variants? I will take a look at that, but I also want some unit ones. Yeah, I haven't used ASR a whole lot in the past year, even though it is definitely a favorite of mine. So, and I know that Gimmelcat has been adding a lot of cool stuff. So he's got, this is kind of cool. I've never seen this before. He's got a skinny doorway that fits on a quarter wall. That's pretty dang cool. sure I can use that somewhere. Okay, and then the rest of these are like the normal ones. So let's just use this guy. Okay, and then across the top. And where's the one with the scoops? That actually looks perfect for this. Okay, and then at the end, we've got a shallow slope. Upward. Like that. It's actually more of a half, but I think the roof overhang is hiding part of it. Okay, and then we need some slope wall bits and bobs. This is a good spot actually for this guy with the medium beam. Alright, yeah. And let's also put some of these here. And I think one of my cosmetic mods has something that looks like a dragon's head, which is what's supposed to stick off of that end. So we'll just leave that for now, but we need some sloped walls. There's some shallow ones and steep ones. That's good to know that those are there. I'm going to try the vanilla one first. Oh, CKF also has some cool stuff. We need to take a look at those. Okay. I am curious. I haven't played a whole lot with Castles, Keeps, and Forts, so I just want to see like what color we've got for this wood. Okay, so it's a nice dark wood. It is a lot like in ASC, but I think in ASC was more red. This color actually coordinates better with the vanilla stuff, I think. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna switch back to this guy. There, now you can see me again. But yeah, this light here is very, very bright in my eyes. I'm going to break down a bit. That's better. I don't care if I have more harsh shadows on one side of my face. Yeah, much better. You know what? I have another light that was supposed to be in the shoe. I don't know why this one's up. Oh, that one's super bright now. That's better. Okay, that's better. Does CKF, does it have the steep angle? It might. So I should check on that actually. Oh. What do we got? What do we got? Come on, cooperate. Okay, so this is like a half wall. This is a full wall, but it's the regular angle, and this is a shallow angle. So he doesn't have the steep one yet. Okay. That's okay. No, not nucleus actually. I meant to just look in here. It doesn't have... Okay, he's got a 25-degree slope. That's cool. 45, 25. Huh. I think 45 degree is the regular slope though. So what I'm really looking for is that steeper angle or a shallower one. Yeah, he's got a third wall though. That's good to know. Yeah, and the colors of that I like. Why does it seem so dark in game, even though it's like 9 o'clock in the morning here? Let's make it noon or something in the afternoon. That's better. Much better. Okay. So does anybody have any fun plans for the weekend? Anything that you're doing that you're looking forward to? I'm gonna have to look for an arch because this is actually supposed to be more of an arch. I know that Castlecraft has something that would work there, I think. But it goes on a border wall. Just need to see what my options are. I've also got this guy. Those are cool looking. Very cool. I think I could make that work. I really do like that. That's the ornate railing. Let's see what other options. Okay, there's the straight one. So he's got the straight one and the sloped one as separate options. And let's also grab a pillar that'll go with that. Because we're going to have some gaps to fill in. The settler is a lighter, more rustic wood. Let's try the villager ones, but we'll also grab some of the settler ones to check out. Because this is supposed to look kind of worn and weathered. It's not something freshly built. It is supposed to look like something that has existed for a while. So what color are these? That actually looks pretty good. I actually like that, I think. Okay, but what about, can I have one that'll reach? That was the settler one. I think I'm going to need to use some half pillars or half beams up here because I need this snap point in the middle. these guys. That might be good. This only comes in one thickness like that. Does the villager one have any thinner variants? Let's see that. Hey, Jillian, welcome, welcome. Well, welcome on in. So this is the villager one, and it's a little bit more, okay, so it's a little bit more sharp cornered, a little less weathered looking, but I like that the color of it coordinates. So you can mix and match them a lot more than you could in ASC. Now I wonder though, now that I've got that snap point up above, would I snap you downward? Come on now. No, I want you to snap down here. Maybe if I have half. No, actually, I need third pillars, which thankfully CKF has. But it says it's a 1/3 pillar, but that's a half. I am confused. Well, that does raise it up a little higher, though, which is what I want. So let's try a little bit of that. I've been wanting to do a build using castles, keeps, and castles, keeps, and forts for a while. So I'm excited about that. Come on now. Kind of like the look of the different thicknesses, and I'm sure that I can find a paint color to make the ASR pillars coordinate a little bit better with these. Come on now, how did we do that before? Come on now, yeah, that's right, you were up from there. Yes, like that. That's what we like to see. Oh my gosh, there's 31 different snap points here to cycle through. Come on now. There. When I put it over that guy, it seems to know what I'm looking for. Yeah, there. I love that they have this building crosshair in ASA. That helps a lot. Now, it'd be nice if this was a shallower angle, but for now, I think I like this. Let's... Oops, didn't mean to do that. probably end up swapping those out for wood too. But I'm not sure what wood. I'm just going to leave it stone for now. I might end up skinning them. Okay. Yeah, that'll be good. And really, we would want to have slopes on the upper part too, but so far I have not been able to find slopes, slope walls that also tilt inward. So if I was to do that, I think I would need to use the move tool, and I prefer to use the move tool like later on in the build and not so early on, and create wonkiness when I don't have all of the basic stuff set up just yet. Okay. I know that Flingers does have the steeper angles, but the reason I don't use it as much is just because the colors don't usually coordinate with vanilla or with other mods that are meant to coordinate with vanilla, and it can be a little funky to paint. Where's the wood pillar? Let's see what this guy can do. So there's the fat one, and there's a thin one. There is a half. And we got a beam. We got a skinny beam. And then back to the beginning. There's not a skinny half pillar, and there's no slope pillars. That is unfortunate. Flingers has the steep slope in the roots, but it doesn't, but not in the pillars apparently. The crunch is out, and it talks about the octopus coming to Gen 1. Ooh, that's exciting. Just give me a second, I'll pull it up and take a look. Alright, let's see what the crunch has got for us this week. Link to that. Where is it? And I'll switch my desktop again. And let me grab. Oh, there's the cross-platform mod spotlight, and there is the crunch. Okay. I'm not going to read all of it, but I'll scan it and show you what it looks like. We've got the Paleo Octopus dossier reveal. That's pretty cool. I can read some of this, I guess. It seems we survivors have delved too far and roused a phantasmic new sea monster from the depths. Paleoctopus aquacaptor uses its chromatic camouflage to strike from out of nowhere, seizing the unwary in its crushing tentacles, 2 at a time. Its fearsome beak can crack the toughest shell or armor to devour the soft innards of its captives. That's an interesting way to put it. In the rare event it needs to retreat underwater, Paleoctopus can use its siphon to blast a threat backwards and jet away with surprising speed. Those tentacles let Paleoctopus scale sheer cliffs and drag itself out of the sea. Oh, wow. Though it's understandably much less agile on land. Ooh, but it can come out of the water. That's crazy. Manage to tame a Paleoctopus and you'll never want for ink again. Your new Salaphopod supplier can be gently coaxed to provide any color of ink your heart desires. So it'll be like a source of paint, I guess. You could get it to produce paint. While it may not set any land speed records, Paleoctopus can get you up cliffs and over walls, or even onto a moving ship or platform saddle. Above or below the sea, this formidable mollusk can take a lot of punishment. Just make sure to hold on tight if it uses its underwater jet propulsion. So can it accidentally knock you out of the saddle? Like if you had something in your hand, maybe? That would be interesting. Domesticated. Its natural toxicity makes Paleoctopus especially difficult to tranquilize and tame, so sedating one isn't for the faint of heart. You have to let it drag you in close for a crushing bite and feed narcotics into its maw while keeping clear of that deadly beak. Wow, that sounds intense. That sounds very intense. Okay, so we got a whole bunch of gameplay changes, balance, and QOL. I did look at this a little bit earlier. But yeah, they fixed a lot of long-standing frustrations, so that's really cool. Like, Malwyn now has a traversal teleport ability. Giga Desmodus can walk backwards. Solwyn's ice bridges can be placed near enemy structures so that you don't have... Apparently people were having issues with it on PvE servers especially. There's on very populated servers where there's bases everywhere. It was hard to use the ice bridge ability at all. And Ocedon taming should be a little bit easier. Reduce the number of creatures required to roll up during taming by approximately 30%. Nice. Player characters can now perform a larger jump while stuck or sliding on an incline to help get unstuck in certain situations. That's cool. Getting stuck in terrain has been a long-standing frustration, so this should help resolve some of the more common cases where players get trapped. Very cool. Gloom's charge light can be toggled remotely using the clap emote like other charge pets. Nice. Bunch of stuff, a whole bunch of bug fixes you may want to look through. The road ahead creature feature. We're kicking off the series of community voted creature TLCs on May 19th, starting with the Araneo. This first update gives one of ARK's classic creepy crawlies some long overdue attention, turning it into a vertical threat that dominates the high ground. The Burrow Buck will also make its debut alongside this update as the first of 3 creatures in the Fantastic Games Season 1 pack, with the remaining 2 set to arrive throughout 2026. It makes for a creature-heavy start to the next stretch of updates, and we're excited to keep revisiting more of your top TLC picks throughout the year. So previously, the Fantastic Games have been individual one-off things that you buy for $5 each. Like for the fire kitty and what was the other one? The death pony. I don't remember what it's called. Anyway, you know what I mean. Those guys you had to pay $5 to unlock those. It looks like this time they're doing a season type of thing. So you'll pay one price to unlock the next 3 fantastic themes together. Which means that if you want this first one, this Burrow Buck, you may have to pay $15 or $20 or whatever it's going to be for the season pack, get access to it. Eventually it'll have all 3, but in the beginning it's starting with just the one. Dreadmare, that's the one. Brain fart, could not remember that. Thank you, Zant. So in about 2 weeks. Hey, Emily. So yes, Tuso-style taming of that octopus. Tuso-style taming, but with narcotics instead of black pearls. And it might have some kind of mini game type thing where you need to actually like dodge the beak instead of just distracting it with another creature in its tentacles, like the Tuso. But yeah, it seems like it'll probably be somewhat similar to that. And Unreal Engine 5.7 and World Creator. Oh, I've been wanting news about this. Unreal Engine 5.7 is one of the biggest technical milestones ahead for ASA, so we wanted to give an update on where things stand. It's a heavy lift, and we're giving it the time it needs to ensure it lands as cleanly as possible. Engine upgrades, while introducing new technology and solutions, can also introduce a level of unpredictability. Consequently, we've decided to prioritize stability over speed. Very good. To protect the upcoming launch of Genesis Ascended Part 1 and ARK Tides of Fortune. That's a very good idea considering what a mess the 5.5 update was. And yeah, I'm expecting all hell to break loose, though, again. I mean, it's just kind of, it just kind of goes with the territory when you're talking about a major engine upgrade like that. Like, it is probably going to break all the mods. Honestly, what I did when 5.5 dropped was I had all my servers turned off before the update, and I left them off for several days to let other people be the beta testers and let them roll out their first several hot fixes and stuff before I even brought my servers online. You also have to understand that, you know, it'll break a whole bunch of mods because it'll change things that the mods depend on. And then the modders won't even be able to start looking for a fix on those until the dev kit is updated, which can take a few days or a week sometimes. So yeah, this is a big deal. It's important for our team that both these planned major content releases and the engine upgrade go as smoothly and effectively as possible. To support this, we've hired a number of talented senior Unreal Engine veterans to the team, deepening our core engine and graphics expertise. That's pretty cool. These engineers are here for the long term, so you'll see them helping us improve the game with performance optimization, platform-specific bug fixes, and feature development. We're very excited about their arrival. That's very cool. With this expanded team and commitment to a high-quality rollout, we're now targeting a late Q3 launch for the 5.7 upgrade, with a focus on delivering tangible performance gains. So late Q3, that would be like late June, like end of June, right? I guess. Anyway, we're also planning to release World Creator alongside the engine upgrade. For those catching up, this mode brings map building directly into the game, allowing for basic editing, creating entirely new maps, and features scripting on any platform without needing a high-powered PC or downloading our external dev kit. So console players will be able to create their own custom maps with this, and people with PCs that can't run the dev kit, or like me, I don't have enough space to download the dev kit. I've wanted to, but the thing's like a terabyte in size, and I don't have a terabyte free. Yeah, that's very exciting. It's designed to be the easiest way for players to assemble their own environments. You'll be able to modify actors, add spawners, write your own functional Lua scripts in-game, and apply mods before publishing your work to the mod browser. That's really dang cool. Gen 1 arrives June 25th alongside Tides of Fortune, bringing a major expansion to ARK's world. Expect a shift towards large-scale ocean gameplay with features like customizable ships, map-wide water systems, and new opportunities for exploration and combat at sea. We'll have more to share as we chart the course towards launch. So what I'm guessing they're going to be doing with this is... Oh, here, let me... It's a little too big, but... Anyway, hello. Anyway, what I think they're doing with this, with the whole Tides of Fortune thing and them talking a lot about ocean-based systems, for those who played ASE, ARK Survival Evolved, Genesis Part 1 was intended to be a simulation. It's intended to be a simulation. Essentially, it's training for the people who are unconscious on the colony ship. And so the whole thing was intended to be a simulation. And so because of that, in ASE, the different biomes were all separate and you had to teleport between them. That was the first time they brought in map teleportation. That was the first map that used it, I believe. But you had to use it. You physically could not go from the swamp biome to the snow biome or whatever. You had to teleport, which was a little annoying. And there was also missions, like mini games that you could do in there for different rewards, and you had to do a certain amount of missions in order to unlock the boss fight and stuff. And building on that map was a little annoying because mission zones were blocked. You couldn't build too close to mission zones. So it seems like what they're doing with this because a lot of people said they didn't like being forced to use biome teleportation. They didn't like the fact that they couldn't walk between the different biomes. And so what they're doing is they are, I think, putting different biomes on different islands. And so you will be able to get between them without teleporting, but you'll have to use a boat. You'll have to sail between the different islands, or we might have biome teleportation again. I mean, they have it on Astraeus, so they know how to do it in ASA. They may also have biome teleportation, but you'll be able to sail between islands that are the different biomes. So that sounds really super cool. And they also mentioned in a different crunch that some of the islands are going to be at least partially procedurally generated. So they'll be a little different between different versions of Genesis 1. So what I'm suspecting that means is like the core islands that are going to be used for the missions are probably all hand built, but those ones won't be buildable, probably. This is all just guessing, okay? I have no inside information at all. So I'm just guessing, but that the core islands that'll have missions on them probably won't be buildable, but there will be a lot of like procedurally generated islands around as well that will be buildable, hopefully in all of the different biomes. So that sounds really cool. And the fact that if you buy the Bob's True Tales expansion, because Tides of Fortune is part of that, so that will be probably another $30 or something if you want to start saving up. Bob's Tall Tales was $30, and honestly, I think it was a great deal with the amount of content that came with that. We had extra content added for 3 different maps, and it was a ton of content. Cosmetics, as well as structures, as well as creatures and vehicles, all kinds of stuff for Scorched Earth, Aberration, and Extinction. So this Bob's True Tales, I believe, is going to be additional content added for Gen 1 and Gen 2. So maybe it'll be a little cheaper because it's just for those 2 maps. I can hope, unless they're going to spring another map on us. I mean, they've got other things coming up. They've talked about a Dragantopia expansion that's supposed, I believe that's a free DLC that's supposed to come out the end of this year. Although actually I don't know if they said it was free. But my guess, and it's just a guess, but my guess is that that's probably going to be based on the Crystal Isles map from ASE, which was very popular, but was missing. It didn't have a ton of content, but it was a beautiful map and had the beautiful crystal wyverns that you could passive tame and that were a little smaller and faster than regular creatures. And the fact that, you know, they had a passive tame mechanic made it feel a little bit more like How to Train Your Dragon or something like that. So when they talk about a Dragontopia expansion, I'm guessing that they're going to take the map of Crystal Isles and add a lot more unique content to it. And if they add a ton more unique content to the map, like caves, which were very lacking in the original Crystal Isles, if they add a bunch more cool caves and just content to it, then I wouldn't mind paying $15 for it or something. But that's announced for the end of this year, so probably we're looking at early next year, but we'll see. But anyway, I wonder if the Bob's True Tales will also include content for that or for some other thing. I don't know. I guess we'll have to wait and see, but I am excited about this Gen 1 and what that's going to bring. And Genesis 1 also had a bunch of unique creatures as well, so it'll be interesting to see those, how those are going to work in ASA. Because like there was the Bloodstalker, the daddy long legs spider looking thing that could sling itself through the trees, and you could, it was a crazy way to travel. A lot of fun, but definitely a learning curve to it. And there was the Ferox, which was the first creature that could transform between a shoulder pet and a full-size rideable version. So there was the Ferox. There was also the space whale, the Astrocetus. The Astrodelphus was added with Gen 2, but the Astrocetus was added with Gen 1. And, oh, speaking of which, the lunar biome. How's that going to work if they're doing this ocean-based map without biome teleportation? That'll be interesting to see how they're going to work in the lunar biome. I know with the Fjordur map in ASE, there was a lunar biome. Well, it was a low gravity kind of biome that was actually under the sea. There was like a cave into a big area down there that had low gravity. That could be interesting. Or maybe you have to unlock missions to do or maybe there's a special place to go to teleport to it, or maybe they're a set of floating islands or something. That'll be interesting, though, to see how they're going to bring that in. Very, very exciting. Also, Survival of the Fittest will be released as a free mod. Interesting. Instead of a standalone separate game like it was before, or game mode, since the price of it was included with the base game. You didn't have to pay extra for it. But now it's going to be a free mod for the base game. For ARK Survival Ascended, developed by Studio Sirens, continues to take shape. This will be, I believe, the third attempt at getting SOTF off the ground. It is a great idea. For those not familiar, SOTF is, imagine if ARK and Fortnite had a baby. It's kind of a battle royale version of ARK. There's a lot of content creators that have done some content on it. I even streamed it a couple times. Captain Fat Dog showed me the ropes on it at one point. That was a lot of fun. It's very intense, short matches where you kind of parachute into the island, and then it's like the Hunger Games, where there's a ring that keeps shrinking and forcing the players closer and closer together, and you can tame creatures very, very quickly, and you can get supplies from supply drops. Crafting and gathering isn't really a thing because it's so fast-paced. So you just grab creatures and gear and you fight, and the last person standing basically is the winner of the match. And it's a lot of fun. It's really a lot of fun. The only problem before was that it would start out with the servers really full, so it was easy to find easy to find a match that you wanted to join. But as time went on, you know, people would lose interest and start dropping off, and then it would kind of create a cycle where somebody wants to play, so they go to look for a server, and, you know, oh, this server has 4 people, and this server has 2 people, and this server has 3 people waiting for more to join so they can do a match, and really you want like a dozen people or more for a fun match. And so when the population starts to drop off, then it really drops because there just are not enough people to really support it and keep it fun. But it really should work. They just need to find ways of keeping it fresh and keeping it interesting so that people will want to keep playing it. So anyway, Studio Sirens, who are the company that was originally hired by Snail Games to make the Aquatica expansion for ASE, I don't blame them for how that turned out, though. They didn't know what they were getting into. They're a very small studio, and Snail Games sucks and treated them like crap and did not give them enough time to do anything. So with what they were given, they did a halfway decent job. They also had nothing to do with all the AI trailers and crap that Snail Games put out. So that is not their fault. And Studio Wildcard had nothing to do with Aquatica either, by the way. That is not their fault in any way, shape, or form. But now Studio Wildcard has kind of taken Studio Sirens under their wing a little bit, and they are letting them build the new Survival of the Fittest. But this time, instead of under Snail Games' leadership, this is under Wildcard. And so Wildcard hopefully are keeping an eye on the quality of things, because of course Studio Sirens is newer to ARK, don't really know as much about the ARK culture and stuff. And so hopefully with that collaboration between Studio Sirens and Studio Wildcard, they'll be able to produce a much better finished product, and we'll see how it goes. We will see how it goes. So they are currently targeting July for the update. So from community voted TLCs to the cinematic scale of Genesis Ascended and Tides of Fortune, ASA is entering a season of massive evolution. Yeah, with the Unreal Engine 5.7 upgrade and World Creator redefining the horizon, and something legendary still breathing fire in the wings, the road ahead is electric. That sounds to me like a hint about the Dragantopia thing. Something legendary still breathing fire in the wings. We're just getting started. We can't wait to bring you along as the final blueprints for this vision come to life. Very cool, very cool. Okay, so there's sunsetting some inactive official servers. We got the cross-platform mods spotlight. Okay, fine, let's take a look real quick. Okay, those look pretty cool. Let's actually watch this on YouTube, though the quality here is crap. That's better. Now that looks dang cool. For Spino, for Yudi. Interesting. Oh, wow. And there's a Thyla. That is a cool saddle. So this is a set of saddle cosmetics and a whale. Oh, look at the Tuso. I have never seen a modded saddle for a Tuso. And the shark. Very cool. And Clifton's premium outfits, Saboro's Wrath. Oh, wow. So Clifton does good work when it comes to ARK cosmetics. Like character and armor and weapon ones. That's cool. That's really cool. That includes tattoos and scars too. And of course we would have to have another sexy female armor one. And then Scorched Earth Reborn, Armin Gamer and Twee Art. I'm familiar with Armin Gamer, not the other one, but that's really cool that they're giving Scorched a TLC, essentially an unofficial TLC. Oh wow, look at that. That's a dang cool cave entrance. Oh wow. And they're adding another boss too. And more caves. These are cool. And it's adding a tech cave. They're adding a tech cave to Scorched Earth. Okay, Scorched Earth Reborn additions. So some dinos as well. We got special scorched mammoths. Ooh, look at that guy. Those look cool. Carbon enemies. Oh, wow. Tweez, tweaks, wyverns. Cool. Oh, the wyverns can swoop. Oh, that is so awesome. Absolutely. That'll be really fun to play Scorched Earth with those two with the creature expansions as well when that comes out. That is so cool. The map isn't done yet, is it? Well, I guess they don't usually have mods on the spotlight unless it's something that is released, but I didn't think that was going to be done for a while. I'd heard he was working on that. That is dang cool. Let me just take a peek at that. No, it looks like it's out. Oh. And it will still get a bunch of things after launch. So they're still adding more, but it is released and it is playable. Very, very cool. Huh, okay. Well, back to building, but that is... Oh, well, we should look at the community corners first, but... Apocalypse servers, a bunch of stuff for official... And, oh, Lulzed Lance got into the crunch. Good for him. This was a really cool base build that he did. He does amazing builds. He really does. And he streams a lot while he's working on these things. And then he'll come out with a video where he does a really nice step-by-step tutorial on the build. And then 10 best creature overhaul mods by Bay Plays Games. So good job, Bay. Awesome. And then we've got some awesome artwork here. Nice glasses by Umbra Dareful. Yarn and his beloved Baryonyx. Humbug by Connor the Conceited. Very cool art. And then we've got ARK Dino Sketches by Ryuzia. That is a really cool drawing of a Spinosaur. Very cool. And then we've got a unicorn here by The Fear Within. Actina by Sammy Sock. Falco Luna made. I think that's an acro, right? Yeah. A loping Mega Raptor in the coolness of night. That is beautiful. Photo mode. That is a dang cool photo. What is this? It looks like it's a Diplo or something hiding hiding its head under its tail. That's so funny. That is beautiful. I love that one. New Basilosaurus. That is a great shot. And The Church of the Fallen Knight by Orvman. Yeah, I know Orvman a bit. He is a regular on Aaron Longstaff's streams. Very, very cool. All right, so that's the crunch. And now back to work. Racking the whip here on myself. Oh, let me open up my... Let me actually switch back to my game screen here. And open an energy drink here. I've got some V8 Energy Strawberry Lemonade. Which is 6:44 p.m. for me, but I am one of those people that can have caffeine at any time and it does not prevent me from sleeping. But I've got a little bit of a headache coming on, and caffeine helps with that. Okay. There we go. So where were we? Oh, that's right. We need the short little guy here for this part. Come on, that way. I think his pillars might have 15-degree snaps here, which is cool because then if you've got that mod, that might give you another way to make circles and curves. Come on now, give me the right snap here. What there we go. That's the one. Always trickiest just getting the first one. Yeah, get my reference images back up here again. Now, I'm gonna have to adapt some stuff since I don't have that sideways slope. Let me actually try just using this guy and this guy. I need the vanilla ones because I'm going to try and see if the Castlecraft, not that one, Castlecraft's trim set had some nice arches to it. So let's see if some of those might look good here. Let's add some color here. Let's just see how these look. Now, they don't have skins yet for the shallow upside down ones. Let's try the regular angle. That's potential. That was not a Diplo, that was the Paleo Bronto. Oh, thank you, Sean. Yeah, I've seen some videos of it. I just had never seen it sleeping in that position before. That was kind of hilarious and adorable. So it sleeps with its head under its tail. I love that. I think what I'm going to do, at least for now, is I'm going to add kind of a support system for these arches here. We'll see how that looks. So we've got to make the decorative bits that we add also just make sense structurally. Is this the villager one? It is. I meant to use the settler one. Let's drop these so I don't keep doing that. That's what I want to see. Everyone is showing their take on builds and stuff with the Paleo Bronto. That's so cool. They hit like a truck at the herd too. Nice. Yeah, the Paleo dinos are really cool. For sure. Wait. There is a steeper angle. Not a curved one, but did not see that before. So that's the 45 degree. I think I actually just want to use these so that I can put the skin on them. Yeah, that sometimes vanilla pieces don't like to play nice with modded pieces, though. It's not wanting to hang down from that, but can fool them sometimes. Let's see. Sometimes if you give it the snap point to start with, it'll be able to use the modded piece for foundation support. It just won't snap to it initially. So let's try this and see if that works. Yep. Okay, that's good. Oh, not that gun. Wrong gun. Want my variant cycle gun. So we can do like that. Yeah, so I like that. I just want to experiment a little bit with coloring it though, just so I can get a vision for my materials that I'm going to be able to use here. This is the Architect Structures gun. Now we want kind of a grayish weathered wood look, but because of the fact that it usually mixes with the underlying tone, that's the way paints work on most structures in ASA. Some people have noticed that they often don't paint the way you expect, but you have to use a little bit of color theory with that. So that means that when I want a gray, I'm going to want to choose a gray that has purple undertones to counteract the yellow. So let's try this haze color and see how this one works. Okay, that's too dark, but the color works with that. So that's good to know if we want to go darker, that the haze works for that. Let's try a lighter one, like maybe this ice. Nope, that one's too purple. Blues can sometimes work as well. Try cornflower. That's very close. You can see a little bit of blue in that, but it mostly is pretty gray. Let's see what other very, very pale colors we've got to choose from. I will try some actual grays, but those will probably be too warm without having something else in there as an undertone. But let's try silver. Oh, that looks like white. Let's try gray. That doesn't really show. I want to be able to see the texture. I want it to look like a stain, not like a paint so much. Let's try this one. It's probably too green, but yeah, it's too green. Frost, way too purple. Kind of funny looking at this many colors and going, wish we had more colors. But sometimes, you know, you need a shade that isn't quite in here to counteract the undertone. Try this mauve, but it's probably too pink. Yep, it is way too pink. Lavender. Nope. Slightly less in your face pink, but not quite what we're looking for still. Thistle. A lot of these colors look very similar in here, but they actually can look quite different when they're painted on things. So it's usually a good idea to actually test them. These usually end up looking very warm mixed with the color of the wood, but let's see before we completely write them off. It's very similar to that tone of the vanilla wood, so I wonder if we wanted to make it match. These ones don't seem to accept paint the same way. Just for the heck of testing how they accept paint, let's try a bolder color. Okay, so they do accept paint, it's just muted. Okay, that's good to know. So like, what if I tried a gray? How would you take that? Okay, I actually like that. Whereas these guys, they really take it like paint, not like a stain. I like it when it's like a stain. I wanted to go a lighter gray for the whole thing, but I might be forced to go darker instead. Just to make everything work together. Cornflower was pretty good though. Yeah, it doesn't quite work with those. I wish you could mix colors. I like this haze, but I would prefer a lighter version of it. It'd be cool if you could like layer colors. Too bad there's not like a rustic paint or something. Yeah, the thing is, the modder who makes the initial texture has to kind of create the paintable areas themselves, like kind of manually. It's a pain in the butt. Aaron and Crazy Respawn were telling me about how it is. Ooh, that's very bright. for them when they were creating Castlecraft, and yeah, they did not have time to go through with all the pieces and kind of hand paint in there the dark areas and the light areas, or how. Anyway, they did not figure out how to do that with all of the many pieces and textures that they have in there. But, you know, as time goes on and they learn more and more, they may have something like that in a future mod. We will see. Very yellow. Seafoam has a bit of blue, but still way too green. Sometimes dirt or latte can work. No, that's too yellow. What about a slate? Steel? That's not bad. Like, it doesn't show the texture as much as I'd like, but it could still work. Let's see if we like the CKF pieces better painted or not. I might end up taking those out and using skins to make the colors that I want. But the problem is, even if I do that for these parts, I'm still going to have to use the ASR up here because none of the skins will be that angle. Hello, Evan. Welcome. Thinking of going off of what you're talking about, stains and stuff. Yeah. I do like how on a lot of things like the vanilla textures and stuff, the paints tend to work more like a stain. I kind of liked these with the cornflower on them though, or we can try ice and see how that one is. Oh no, that's way too purple. This is probably going to be way too dark, but it's actually not bad. If I wanted to make it just a little darker, there is that. Actually, if I wanted one color, I could paint all of it and have it coordinate. That one wouldn't be bad. That is haze, which is like a grayish purple, which helps to counteract that yellow undertone. Oh, but I wanted a lighter color, like a light gray, the original Skyrim structure. Slate. Yeah, I was using slate. Oh. That-ish. I don't know. I'll decide later. For now, I'm just going to leave that so that I can, kind of like when you tape a paint sample to the wall so you can look at it for a few days before deciding what color you're going to paint a room. Kind of like what we're doing here. Okay, now on the front of this, okay, there's some other fancy pillars that actually have braziers on them. Okay, so let me look at the top-down view and see how far ahead those are. It's about another ceiling width. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So these are a little shorter, so I'm just going to go with, while I'm figuring it out, I'm just going to start with the default stone. Like that. And these are a little shorter, so we'll just go 2 and not the half added. And yeah, let's add half ceiling wide here. And then there's the walkway starts. Get a closer look at this. Okay. I think it basically juts out a little bit. Kind of like this on either side of the start of the stairs, I think. Or it might be. It's kind of hard to see exactly where those stairs start. I'll leave that for now. Used to be an ARK survivor until you took a trank dart to the knee. That's a good one. Uh-huh. These might actually, yeah, these are narrower than the, okay, that makes a little bit more sense. So now I know what I'm looking at a little more. Okay. Actually, let's do it this way. Get rid of those. And those, that. Now we go down about, let's see, in ARK terms, this looks like it's about, it looks like it's about 3 stairways down before the first landing. Yeah. And then we've got a landing with a turn on it. I'm going to add a foundation support later as part of the decorative structure and stuff. I'm going to have probably pillars down or whatever, but for now I'm going to use a B+ ceiling, which those give foundation support, just so it's one less thing for me to have to worry about right now. Let's, yeah, we need a turn to the side. Yeah, that looks right. About 45 degrees. Just trying to decide if there's another triangle there or not. So, Evan, I am trying to build Dragonreach from Skyrim. Here, let me show you if you're not familiar. Don't know if you're a Skyrim player or not, so let me switch to my desktop and show you my reference images here. So this is the castle. This is the Jarl's castle in the city of Whiterun. And it's not only one of the most recognizable, if not the most recognizable castle in Skyrim, it's also, it figures in the main quest line, and you see it a lot because Whiterun is a very central city. So you can see it's got a lot of interesting features here and a very Viking looking appearance. So I'm building it here on Velguero. And I've got to build the whole mound that it's on as well, because it has dungeons underneath. And so I need to create space for those dungeons, as well as creating the pond underneath that entrance bridge, which I also have a bird's eye view shot here, which I'm using for reference a lot. So I've got the outline of this outer wall, and then the bridge and that there, and now I'm working on figuring out these stairs, and I'll be able to fill in around it with rocks and boulders because I have vegetation planters on here. So after I've got the stairs in, I can add that kind of stuff around it. Longtime Skyrim player, awesome. I actually thought of I haven't played Skyrim in at least a decade. I would love to play it again though. I love Skyrim. That was the game I had the most hours in before I started playing ARK. I think I had like 800 hours or something in Skyrim. Great game. But I thought of a challenge that I might be able to do in there, because, you know, that's the thing with the game having been out for 15 or more years now, is I feel like I couldn't just do a playthrough of it that wasn't a first time playthrough unless it was some kind of something to make it unique. I think I have one in mind that I think might work. I'm not going to spoil it right now. I have no idea when or if I'll ever get around to it, but in case I do, I'm going to keep it under wraps for now. I think that actually what's making this one look a little different is I think they're using, it's slightly flat and then there's the triangle like that, and then flat again like that, and then the stairs go down. Yeah, I think that's more what we're looking at. Yes, Skyrim is a timeless classic regardless of vanilla or modded. I agree. And I've played it completely vanilla, and I played it with a bunch of mods. I experimented with a bunch of different kinds. I added some companion mods. Some I liked more than others. I added a mod that gave you your own castle as a player house. That was pretty cool, because I always like to have my own space to customize, you know. I wished that Skyrim had building in it. Of course, that was before I found ARK, but yeah, I always wish that you could build your own structures in there instead of just customizing the interiors or whatever of the player homes that you could buy. Okay, that looks like that's down that much, and then we need a square ceiling like that, which will then turn this away. No, this is actually just like one down. Yeah, and there's supposed to be like a pool here as well. I have to cover up the pretty crystals. But yeah, there's like a pool lining up with the bottom of this set of stairs. And it goes about to the edge of that. Yeah. That-ish. And going the other way too, about the same amount. Of course, edged with rocks and stuff, which I'll add later. See if I can find a picture that shows that bottom. None of these really show it. Let me pull up another one out of my folder. Thought I had some that showed a little bit more of the distance view. Yeah, I don't really have one here with a side view, but I found something really cool earlier. Let me pull this up here. Close those guys down. I found something that was so cool. I saved the link up here. There's a bird's eye view of Whiterun here. See? So this is a cool mod. Okay, so we got waterfalls and stuff there. So this looks like in ARK terms, this is about 2 walls high. Yeah, I'd say that's about 2 walls high from the surface of the water. And then the water is at least 1 wall deep. Okay. Put that over on one of my other screens here. Okay. Let's swap back to my game capture. Okay. Oh, this is actually supposed to follow this angle. Kevin says, gonna try to do a vampire run on ARK myself. Really wish I could build Castle Volkihar using either Gothic structure skins, but that looks daunting to me. That would be pretty dang cool, all right. For sure. Hey, what happened to my camera? Why did my camera quit working? Oh. Here, I think I know what happened. There we go. Okay. Anyway, yeah, that would be really cool. And that is another awesome castle for sure. And why is my camera like showing my wait the wrong way there? That's better. I don't know why sometimes I swear I'm never going to buy another Razer product again. Razer drives me crazy. They decide to update software or whatever and mess up all my settings. Ugh. I don't know what they're doing. Give me that thingy again. Where did you hide it? I've got so many layers. There's my camera control thingy. Okay. Now, zoom in a little more. Thank you. And then let's and this. There we go. That's better. Maybe not quite that close there. And we can tilt it a little bit. Okay. 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 Now, I was trying to grab my portables. That's what I was doing. I think that looks about right, I think. Yeah, I think that should be. Like that. And this is all going to be surrounded with boulders and stuff to make it look a lot more organic and like it's been there for a long time and all of that good stuff. Let's actually swap some of these guys in here. There we go. And actually on this side it's more just boulders, so let's give them there is a wall kind of, but it's a lot lower down, so I'll do it this way. And we got a walkway that's about like 2.5 to 3 ceilings long. Yeah, let's say 3. Pretty dang close. Okay. And this one is built directly over the water. Where the water will be. The closest I can get for vampire abilities is shape-shifting using the glyph transformation mod. This ARK has little to no magic casting mods. Yeah, I haven't really played around much with the types of overhaul mods that are available in ASA. I know in ASC there were some magic type mods, but I don't know which ones of those have come to ASA. Okay. And this also should have support under it. You know, dang weather. Wish we could do this in real life, right? Time of day is fine. With weather, let's set to clear skies. Freeze the sky. Stop with the rain. There, that's better. Should actually be up a little bit, but I'll build that up later. Is my playlist over? I think that playlist ended. Let's see what other playlists. This one's a nice one. It's kind of chill. Got some that are jazzy and a variety of just different stuff. Zant says, I would love a mod that brings the magic stuff from Dark and Light into ARK. That would be cool, but Snail Games own Dark and Light, and I kind of doubt that they would be willing to allow that. At least not without being paid off a lot of money. Maybe if they got the idea so that they could charge for it as a premium mod, then maybe they would. And of course, just like in most movies, there's no railings on the stairs. This is Skyrim. If you're such a ninny that you fall off the stairs, then you deserve to break a leg, I guess is their thought on that. Put this here. Oh, go back. Stop it. I'm gonna back my picture. Okay. And how high are these things? They're not very high. I think a quarter wall would be about right, probably. They don't look as low as a railing, but let's, just for the heck of it, let's take a look at the stone pieces. No, I think they're called keep pieces from CKF, because there's third walls, 1/3 walls in this mod that might be a better height than the half walls. Brings light. Let's try this one. Not sure how to go with the vanilla. Don't know. May change it up later, but for now, that works. I do like that height a little better. Okay, and then these fancy schmancy pillars. See what the angles are. Oh yes, it does have different angles. And actually this should be wood. So used to building castle type things out of stone, but this is more Viking. looking. So some parts of it are definitely wood. Oh, no, let's do the come on with the theme. Then I gotta go through all of them again. Check the game. And as for angle, steep. I think the steep actually is pretty good. I kind of need some more on the sides too, but I'm gonna have to play around with some snap points, but I kind of need another pillar in between these two, which I'm pretty sure we can pull some snap points and make that possible, but let's see. Probably the easiest way to get that initial snap point would be to use a triangle. See if we can get it to snap there. You know what? Before I go picking that up, let's add some different support for that so that maybe it won't all break when I pick the ceiling up. Oh, well, at least it kept the angle. Anyway, we know what we want to do, so it takes less time the second time. Now we need to see if we can get a pillar to snap somewhere. Where do you give me a snap point? You don't have a middle snap point at all, but this is an interesting one. That has potential. Let's put one of these down here for support out of the way. Got a tickle in my throat. I'm trying to avoid coughing in your ear. I'm sorry about that, but tickle just won't quit. Now, that gives us one there. And there's already one there. That's what we wanted. That's about perfect. Okay. Now, I'm going to get into Ghost here. so that I can make sure that these pillars run all the way down to the ground so that they have all the support that they could possibly want. Okay. And then, you know what, I'm going to turn on debug structures before I pick anything up. Now this pillar here, you are supported by the other pillars, not just by this ceiling, so we should be able to pick up the ceiling. Nope. All right, fine, be that way. That can stay then. I can work with that. Anyway, actually, let's pick up that one because we're going to actually use wood up here. I'm just trying to get a snap point set up. Okay, that's still there. That's still there. Okay. Now I should be able to pick up this one. But that's the thing. At least the ones down here are staying, so I can now pick up the triangle and build them up from the ground. And then actually, let's put another one there as well. Or no, let's switch to the wood ones. And then wish it was a little closer to that, which I could do. You know, just for the heck of it, let's try something. Okay, that gives us one there, which is not where you want it either. Sometimes if you snap it opposite where you want it first, like that, then you can snap off of that. Let me show you what I'm trying to make here. So yeah, you see the these pillars, the base of them, it's like several pillars together. And then up here at the top, it's curved with a brazier on it, and there's this curve here. So it's not going to look exactly like this, but I'm trying to get something similar enough to this. Yeah. That's what I'm working on. This gives us one that's a little bit inset from the corner. Come on now. I know there's a lot of snap points here. Come on now. Yeah, I know. You got it. Here, how about if I put my... Don't like that one, huh? There. No, that's the one I was trying to get. Okay. That works, I think. Do these have any snap points on them for pillars? I can't remember. Oh, they do at the corners. Okay. That's good to know. Take those ones all the way down to the ground so that they're supported and I can pick up the triangles. Ghost makes this so much easier, but it is possible without Ghost. You just have to leave things open so that you, while you're building, so that you can add support underneath as you go. Come on now. I don't know where that one snapped. Oh, there. That looks right, actually. Okay, so hopefully that snapped. Yeah, I think that is correct. We actually pick these up. We can see a little better. Yeah, that looks right. Okay. And then when I pick up the triangles, probably the top part of this is going to go away, but we'll still have the snap points because of the part at the bottom going into the ground. Well, some of that one stayed. That worries me though. Is that correct then? We'll see. Sometimes ARK snap points move in mysterious ways. That actually, don't think that's right. Is it? No, that is right. That is right. Okay. Yeah, okay, that one went away. And okay, I must have been snapped for the wrong thing then, because the whole thing just went poof. Sure that is snap correct. And then that snap point again. Okay, now we've got it still there. Probably going to end up changing a lot of this, but I think this would work. I kind of wish the whole thing was pulled a little bit more forward. Well, now that we've got that snap point, though, I can do something different. It has that foundation support. It goes all the way down and into the ground. The heck are you talking about? Fine, then we'll switch to the E+ version or something. Okay, that I think only has full beams though, and I want it to have. Yeah, it does only have. Alright, then let's use one of the knotted ones. I think these guys should work. No, you don't like that either. For some reason it doesn't think this pillar has foundation support, even though it does. And what are you attached to? The other pillar. The other pillars. 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 But this one, it says not foundation, even though it should say foundation. So let's try adding another one underneath it. Putting a full pillar. Yeah, does this one say foundation? Yeah, it still says not foundation. One way or another will get you some foundation support. That one says foundation. Okay, now we can follow it all the way back up here and it should be good. Should being the operative word here. Like, why is it okay on one side and not the other? Very strange. Very mysterious. Yeah, oh, the one that's in the ground is still there, so that's good. Now we can go back up. No, now you're saying you don't have support, you dummy. Yes, you do so. Oh, that was snapped to the wrong one? Oh, butts, dang it. Alright, well, we'll give you a modded ceiling for some support then, just so you let me snap some stuff downward. Now, are you are foundation. Let's make sure you also go down through another layer of ground, just to be safe. Foundation. Now, what are you attached to? The pillar above and below, and the ceiling. So, since you are attached to the other pillars, I should be okay to pick this up. Nope. Nope. That's okay. I can leave that there then. You can keep your security ceiling if it makes you happy, little pillar. Just want you to behave. That is all. And it has started, friends. I am talking to snap plants and building pieces again is a sure sign that I'm losing my marbles. Okay. Okay, this is covered with that. Okay, first I thought they were different heights. Okay. Now, actually, I wanted those to be supported so that I could move the snap point forward by a little bit. Or try, at least. Try. And we'll see if this will be more the height that I wanted. Or I mean more the position so that it doesn't block back there. Wish I could get, like, I wish I could center these over pillars. I really doubt that ASR is going to have anything like that either, but just in case, I'm going to check. Yeah. I want it centered. I really need a fatter pillar. You know, just for the heck of it. See what vanilla wood pillars would look like. Even though I don't love the bundle of sticks look, it could work. They are at least thicker. Yeah, this is probably close enough, I think. This reminds me of making the fancy pillars on the sides of the Great Hall in Hogwarts when I was working on that. Oh geez, that took a long time to figure those out. I was really glad that I screened it just so that I would have a record of how I did it, because I needed to refer to that later to remember how I did it, to make some more in another location. But But yeah, that was in ASE without move tool. Just gotta play around with all the snap points. You could get the ones you want. Actually, drop these down, and those should be sloped ones. And this one here should also be sloped, I think. Okay. Actually, with those snap points, snapping the quarter ceilings inward like that, I think I can make that work. I think that'll work. And make that look like it's like a thicker pillar, right? Good enough for government work. And this is why I much prefer building not on official, and I like to have clipping enabled, because clipping enabled lets you do all kinds of fun things. Come on, give me the snap. That's not showing enough. Now go up, snap up. Actually, let's try. Do something kind of like that. And do like quarter roof pieces. Then we could do potentially some of the funky angles from ASR. Wood roof, and so many options. And regular wood roof, Oh, the rakes and eaves also I should definitely take a look at. Okay, which ones am I still missing? I've got regular, steep, shallow. Okay, I've got all the square roofs. I have the shallow and regular rakes and eaves. I need these steep rakes and eaves. Okay. And which bits does this have? Concave, shallow, convex. We've got a little roofy bit like that. We've got one that only snaps to the top of the wall. Looks like a bunch of different options. Okay. And the regular shallow wood roof, do you have a quarter? That's what I want to know. You do not. Where would you have quarter roofs? Would you have them in triangles, maybe? Nope. The triangles could work eventually, but may just have to go with a vanilla quarter roof. I won't have the steep angle, but that might be okay. Kind of wish I had that angle though. Little tiny triangles would be awesome too, but oh well, can't have everything. That's not really what I want. I might just end up using move tool. So I really want this to be thinner. I think if I just do one with move tool, I can then snap everything else to it so that the other side won't be wonky and I'll be able to make them match up. So let's give her a whirl, shall we? Okay, local position, which helps me do it in very straight lines. That. And then okay, that. Try to get it centered. Okay, try again. Yeah, I think that looks good. let's flip these. Don't want the logs. Probably gonna end up skinning it, but definitely more what I was trying to do. And let's see. I think ASR might have some interesting pieces that could help with this. Just wanted it to be smaller though. Yeah. Need border triangles. I think this will do. And just like I ended up doing with Hogwarts too, I'll probably end up adapting it and kind of making it my own anyway. The important thing is just that it's recognizable, not that it looks exactly the same. I kind of want to be able to snap that diagonally back there. Now, how would I get that snap point? Would a triangle give me that? Let us see. Yep, you are just aligning with compass directions too. But there's more than one way to do this. Let's try some of these handy dandy chassis fence foundations. Could also try some of those CKF pillars. Those had some cool angles too. Actually, let's give those a try as well. Yeah, something like that. 150 or 120? Let's do that one. That is really handy having pillars at all of these angles. No beams. Okay, now the question is, will ASR pillars play nice with these? They will snap with them. Okay. But what are you snapped into? You are snapped to a lot of different things. You might stay if I pick up this pillar. Yes. Okay, that eliminated one potentially distracting snap point. Okay, now it looks like it's giving me the angle. Yeah, like that. That one behaved without me having to pick up the pillar underneath. Okay, if I pick up this one, stays. Okay, good. Very nice. And then we got a little spot up here to stick a brazier. Not decided yet which brazier, but We'll put a modded brazier up there. Or probably a cosmetic one. Although I do have Castlecraft decor on here. Because of the fact that it makes it easier to search rather than trying to remember which skin it was with. I can instead just search. Okay. Medieval steps and ladders, library storage, fire. Is it under? Torch. I'm sure that there are braziers in Castlecraft somewhere. I just don't know what they would be under. Bowl, not under bowl. Well, I know that there's one in Astraeus that is the Astraeus structures that goes on a campfire, so we could try that one to start with. I'm gonna go ahead and go, don't do that. Now, directly from the top down, so we can try to get it centered. That's the Roman ones. I'll take a look at that one now. That's Astraeus outfits, Astraeus costumes or whatever. This one actually might have something. A Viking one. I'm gonna have to set up a deco sample area just so I can have one of everything out and remember what I have available and what pieces it's on and stuff. Usually end up having to do that because it's impossible to keep it all straight in just my head with this many mods. This one has a brazier, but I'm not sure it'll match. Ooh, that looks like a cool one, a golden brazier. This is like treasure hoard deco or something like that. Doesn't say what it goes on. It might go on like a decor box or something. Ah, still dead. Let's put the ceiling here. Temporarily, at least, to make it easier to place the campfire. What are you? Why isn't it? Oh, it's not attached to anything. It doesn't look like, but you know what? Yeah, it's not going to cooperate, but like I can do a B+ glass ceiling. And yes, already the glass is coming out. Very long staff would be ashamed. Well, I'm joking, Aaron is great. But he used to give me a hard time for using so much invisible glass in ASC. But it's just such a handy hack, you know? I could sit there fighting with it, or I could make it work and move on. That's why I choose not to be a perfectionist. Select model, no sides. and see if you like this or not. Ooh, I think that could work nicely. Actually, though, let me put a B+ campfire on there so that I can power it with a generator or something. Is there a B+ campfire? Oh, there is, yes. Okay. Then the question is, does the skin work on it? Yeah, it should. Does this skin... Nope, I think it says can only be placed on a campfire. So do you need a vanilla campfire then? You won't work on B+, but the other one will? Is that what you're telling me? Okay, that is a vanilla one. Okay. Yep. You'll go on the vanilla one, but not the B+ one. But that's okay. I like the other one better anyway. I thought this one could be powered with a generator, but maybe not. That's a little annoying. We can get all the spark powder. I'll keep it going for a while. Okay. They look a little fat and overwhelming. So I'm definitely going to be tinkering with this design. This is not its final form. Let me place. I'm trying to break these pillars. I'm trying to make this a little more slimmed down in appearance, please. That's definitely better. I still don't love it though. I don't think the proportions really work. It overwhelms the bridge behind it, and it's not supposed to. I'm going to leave that one there as one possible option, and I'm going to do something different over here and then see which one I like the best. One less light shining directly in my eyes. Okay. Let's try this, even though I don't love using the move tool. I'm gonna end up using it anyway. Maybe I should just as soon use it a little sooner to make something more like what I actually want to make. It's not like I'm making this into a tutorial or anything like that, because this is going to be way too complicated to make into a tutorial. I'm hoping that y'all might enjoy it just for getting to be part of a cool art project and maybe pick up some techniques here and there, but I really doubt that anybody's going to try to copy this whole exact thing, and if they do, well, Move Pool is a cross-platform mod. That looks pretty dang centered. Yeah. I think that would work. Still get some of those other snap points going on in here. But on a slimmer base. Let's actually move this back a bit more. Putting in a local position helps a lot because then it's very lined up and it's easier to slide it along whatever axis you're trying to move it on. How am I going to do this? Do I want the front to be that wide, actually? Maybe. Something maybe more like that. Yeah, I think something like that would be better. Let's bring it up to that height and see how it looks there. I think that's a good height. What? Headphone and glasses just do not work together very well. Okay. The upside down border would work. Wish there was a quarter triangle or, you know, sloped wall. Yeah, this is not gonna work. Well, it might get it to work. Just stick out a little in the back. I'm not sure about that one. Wrong button again. That one. No, that one. I want thin beams. Thin pillars. Like that. Okay. And I wish they had this in a convex one, but they don't. I think we'll just why are you oh if I had it on the wrong variant, that would be why I want that guy. I think that this side definitely looks better, especially it will after it's skinned. So I'm gonna take this one down. Even though I spent like 2 hours on it. But hey, we learned a lot. We picked up some new tips and tricks. I learned that the CKF pillars have some interesting angles. So let's grab some of these guys and play around with some options for some skins we might use. Not just on these, but throughout the project, trying to get a sense of the different ooh, that settler arches. Definitely want to take a look at that one. Anyway, I want to get a sense of the different textures that we might use together on this build. Because that will help, because then I'll know whether I want to build it out of something that can be skinned, this particular piece, or if it's something that I need to build out of its final material in the first place. I've got Klinger Castle as well. We can take a look at some of this. Oh, this one has curved roofs as well. And a cosmetic set. That's pretty cool. I think these are all stone castle pieces, but we can take a peek. And castle glass. Ooh, that'll be fun to play with later on. Okay, and there's also some wood in this one, but it's like the Atlas wood. I don't know. There's also the Frontier wood. trying to think of the different wood options we have. There's also some good stuff in Cozy Cabins by Sandy. I know that there was some pillars that I liked in this set, I think, that were like a good rustic looking wood beam pillar. What else do we got? Oh, there's also elven structures. That's right. Might actually be some good options in there. There's some light wooden set. It could really be a good option. I totally forgot about this one. So let's see. Okay, so that's another option for those. And are there other variants to this? What? Ew, I was trying to... No, you can't change them with the gun. You have to use the radial, or I guess the CKF mod might have its own. No. Maybe it doesn't have any variants. It does look pretty cool, though. So that's an option for that bit. We also have... Ooh, those are fancy schmancy. Yeah, that looks like it'll skin those, but it actually won't. Okay, and these I know do have some other versions like those. And what's with the rain again? Making it so dark and dreary. Okay. Okay, so that has a slope as well. It is very similar to that one. Just looks like it's a slightly different color. That's it. Elven structures. Yeah, that's... Does it not? Okay, there also is like a more plain one. And that one does have a curved option. This is, I forgot I used that glass ceiling up there. Okay. I might end up redoing the whole thing here in vanilla stuff so that I can use the elven stuff on it, which since I've got the snap points figured out, It would not be the end of the world. Oh, those, oh, just the short one will let me skin it. Okay. Yeah, because they're not vanilla. So it doesn't know what to do with them. Ingle, though. What else could I use to get this ingle? Does this cosmetic set have themes that are sloped at that angle? I doubt it. I doubt they could do that with a cosmetic set. The nice thing, though, about using cosmetics instead of structures is it's a lot easier to change later on. If I change my mind about something, I don't have to worry about foundation support and replacing structures and accidentally breaking things I didn't mean to break. So that definitely would be a benefit. Let's try mixing CKF settler. You know what? I'm going to do it. I'm going to go over here out of render of the main structure, and I'm going to set up a little deco headquarters. This is one of my little secrets. This is what I always do when I'm doing a big build. Because I've got to be able to pop things out and have a look at them. And I like doing it on platforms to make it easier to get rid of it later on if I want to. Get rid of the extra structures on the map. Okay, now let's take a look at our color options and stuff. And things. Try these as a variation too. And then for the arches. Got these. "65-degree brace." That's the one that I'm looking for. It wouldn't be curved, but which being curved does add a lot. Come on. They're a pain in the butt to deal with sometimes, that's for sure. There. Always the one I want is the last one. That would be really straight though, and I like the curve was just so perfect, and nothing else has that curve. So I think I'm probably going to have to use these ones. But let's try a different wood variant. Let's do the medium beam. And do the convex wood steep beam. That's the one we want. In the medium beam. Like that. So we'll have to find something. Which, why did I put this here? That yellow light is throwing me off. Let's do this over here. Let's turn on some different music. Let's see, what's something chill? Got the Oblivion soundtrack here. I should add the Skyrim soundtrack, but I can at least listen to the Oblivion music. I think this is in random order. But I played so much Oblivion, I'll probably recognize where they come from anyway. Like this, I think this is definitely one of the caves. Oh yeah, definitely. Especially the Alien ruins, I think. Okay. Try different color configurations so we can try different skins. Come on now. There. Now this is some of the open territory between cities. I associate this, I think, with outside the Imperial City. I would love to do an Oblivion playthrough sometime. Maybe of the remastered version or something. Did these have, I think these might have had a curve variant. Let's just, no, nope, I don't. I do not. Let's add in some of these guys as a variation too. We can try a bunch of different mixes of options. Actually, let's put a bunch of them over here as well. A bunch of different things to play around with skins on. Oh, actually, let's also add some sloped walls, because we want to get those as skinned as well, and see if we can figure out a set of skins that coordinate well with each other. Skins and structures. Because I do like to mix and match mods a lot. I know a lot of people don't like to do that because it can get a little confusing. But once you have a set in mind that you're using, that helps to limit the options some. It's like trying out a bunch of different colors before you start a painting or something. Once you have your color scheme in mind, you don't have to keep referring to it necessarily. But you gotta get that initial color scheme figured out. Let's also try some CKF arched structures. Yeah, let's do the scaffold pieces. Keep getting the quarter scaffold. That's pretty cool. It's got quarter scaffold pieces. Definitely want to try those as well. Let's try the solid ones. Come on, no, go the other way. Why do you want to go that way? No. Like that, yes. You not flip upside down. Oh, you have a variant that is upside down. That's how you work. That's kind of cool looking. It's not quite like the original, but I think I like it better. Let's see how this guy looks. Yeah, I do like the skin version. And then this is the Castles Keep in Forts settler skin, which I like that one too. Let's see if there's see what the other variants are. Castle Craft. This is the Castle Craft one. Castle Craft almost pretty much always has different variants. Okay. It's kind of cool. Make the base a little different. So that looks cool. And let's try these elven ones. These are very white. I would prefer that they were a little darker than this. And I also kind of wish it had a true arch. It's got this, which is cool, but it's not quite the same as a true proper arch. I think the arch's skin is a separate piece. Settler arches, that's the one. I can mix and match dark and light together, I think, for some contrast. And in order to work with that, then I would need to paint these guys. I've got either the darker color, is that, I think that's the haze. No. Yeah. That's still a shade lighter than that. But at least I can make those a bit darker. Let's try these in the steel. These don't really change much with gray. What about like full on white? Okay, that does lighten them up a little bit. Yeah, that's really too bright for those, but I think silver with in these guys could work. Yeah, so that it's like in two different shades of grays. I think that looks nice. I'll probably want to use the one with the scoop on it. So yeah, I'll just plan on painting that one. Since we have to mix in some painted ones anyway. There, that one. And then scoot, medium scoot, thin scoot, Vegamizer. I think I want the thick or medium scoot. This is like combat. I think this is combat in a cave in Oblivion. Yeah, I think that's what we want. Music for this game is just amazing. Which skin is this? This is the Elven Light Wooden set. Okay. Dark. Let's do one shade lighter than that. That was gray, I think. So let's try silver. Nope, that was silver. We want a little darker. Let's go gray. Pretty close. Close enough for purposes of mixing and matching, I think. These are a little... Oh, whoa! I didn't realize these had those options. That's pretty dang cool. That's very cool. You have to have the pillars turn just the right way to use that, but definitely would be very cool. Is this thinner? There is a thinner variant, okay, but I don't think there's a medium variant. Which I kind of like the medium variant. This is going to take a lot of experimentation to decide what I want to do with this. Oh, whoa. Painted the whole platform by mistake. I'm not going to get it all figured out tonight, but I definitely know kind of the direction I'm heading in, I think. We'll just have to fine-tune the details of it. But yeah, I do like the general direction that we're heading in here. Is there an ornamental pillar? No, it looks the same. Probably will end up mixing and matching a few shades of gray and coordinating them. Let me set up a teleporter here to make it easier to find this spot again. Change the name here to Deco HQ. And this is where I'll come to experiment and put out samples of things so that I don't clutter up my actual building site with all of that. Where is our buildings? Oh, there it is. Went too far. But yeah, we got a lot done today. We've got a nice outline going on. So yeah, I'll look forward to working on this again next time, which hopefully I'm hopeful to be able to get back to Tuesday streaming, but I do have a job on Tuesday evenings, so that kind of makes it stressful with having to get in the stream at the right time so I can get to work. So we'll see. I might have to just stick to Fridays for now. We shall see. Okay, let me see if anybody else is streaming right now that we could raid out to. Okay. It's looking pretty thin. Oh, Crisp Nugget is live. A lot of people playing Windrose. Old Gamers is playing Atlas, actually. And I'm not even sure. I think Hippohead is playing Minecraft, I think. But yeah, let's raid Crisp Nugget. He's going on a taming spree from the looks of things. So yeah, let's call it there for now, folks. I hope you enjoyed the stream as much as I did. And even though it was a pretty chill, kind of a more relaxed type of stream, I hope that you enjoyed that. And let me pull up my activity feed here so that I can thank the people who super chatted. Yes, so thanks so much to Dreamwolf Shenanigans for subscribing, and then thanks to Jim Bob for the super chats. I appreciate it very much. Thank you. And I also wanted to shout out a few new channel members that we have. So let me pull those up real quick. Thanks to Dregger 5000 and Wayward Cult. So I will see you guys next time, and until then, have a great rest of your night. And tell Crispy that I sent ya. Bye-bye for now.